Welcome back this evening. We continue the council meeting from yesterday. And before I begin tonight, I just want to offer a word of congratulations to the youth from our region. Were just recognized earlier by the government of Alberta. Since 2022, and every year, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor honors 8 Alberta youth with the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Award. Distinctions recognize young Albertans for their leadership, volunteerism, community service, and artistic excellence. 2 of the winners came from Fort McMurray of the 8. One is from Composite High School, Baber Akhtar, who was also with McCoy last year, as well as Westwood Community High School, Nishka Ray. So I just want to offer congratulations to those 2 youth in the community. And now continuing on from yesterday, we have an amendment still on the floor, or Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to gladly pull my amendment because I have another councillor that has another amendment. So maybe mention the amendment for the ones that weren't here.
Yeah, we can just, if you're pulling your amendment, it's fine.
Yeah, please.
Through the chair to council for. I'm back. Okay. We are on the committee's bylaw 26019. The amendment was put on the floor yesterday by Councillor Cardinal and seconded by Councillor Scott, that the bylaw be amended to remove Appendix A, Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee, and that administration be directed to bring forward an amendment to bylaw number 26019 to include the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity and Equity and the Advisory Committee on Aging as standalone committees.
Thanks, CLO, and thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I have an amendment and also a supplemental motion. I'll start with my amendment. That bylaw number 26/019 be amended by, in section 28, including the word subcommittees following the word committees, adding Appendix I attached here to include the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity and Equity, and in section 8, including Appendix I. So looking at the appendix, I'm not going to go through all of it. There are 2 things that I would propose that we change. The rest is how you see it currently within our bylaw that we haven't changed. So one would be adding the voting council member, and then adding another public at large member to ensure that the committee has equal representation. And second is updating the mandate. So my updated request is for the mandate of Reside to advise council on policies, programs, services, and initiatives that advance human rights, equity, diversity, inclusion, accessibility, and belonging, and identifying and addressing barriers faced by marginalized, equity-deserving, and underrepresented communities.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Okay, thanks for the second, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Vardy, you want to speak to that amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I do have a supplemental motion, but it's my understanding I have to wait for this to pass to bring my supplemental. And my supplemental motion is talking about the recommendations by Fuse, so just for awareness. Speaking to my motion, that's on the amendments that are on the floor, subcommittees obviously, but I don't think this is the time for us to remove Reside in its entirety. What I heard loud and clear is there is a need for Reside. However, there is a desire from the current Reside committee to have a clearer mandate. And I think right now is an opportunity for us to have the Wood Buffalo Community Wellness Committee and to have Reside focus specifically on advancing human rights, equity, diversity, inclusion for those marginalized communities and equity deserving and underrepresented communities. I think there's a space to have both. One to support the larger community and one to be specifically for the underrepresented and marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yesterday, it was my intention to bring forth a letter under the Community Safety and Social Wellbeing Strategy that has been written on behalf of the Aging Committee by our chair, Patricia Scantlebury. It has been asked that I read it now as it was going to be part of the delegates, and so I would just like permission to read it out, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you. Letter to Mayor and Council on behalf of the Advisory Committee on Aging. Your Worship, Mayor Bowman, esteemed council members, CAO Boutelier, and RMWB administration. On behalf of the Advisory Committee on Aging, we wish to thank you for the opportunity to review the Community Safety and Social Wellbeing Strategy, CSSWB. We appreciate the efforts that went into creating the document and wanted to highlight some of the areas of concern for our committee and for one of the most vulnerable and highest growing populations in the RMWB, our seniors. While the CSSWB strategy identifies seniors throughout the document, it is not as a specific priority group. Seniors are mostly mentioned as subgroups within broader priorities. Given the unique needs and the growing senior population, this is particularly concerning. Some other areas of strategy that should be expanded upon include transportation. Through the report mentions transporting seniors in rural communities to the urban center. There is no consideration for senior supports when traveling for medical appointments outside of the RMWB. For example, to Edmonton. The report mentions attracting specialists to work within Fort McMurray, which is appreciated and would be a welcome change for all residents of the region. However, there's no discussion on how to support seniors, especially those without family or friends, to safely attend out-of-town appointments. Social isolation. We appreciate the focus on reducing social isolation for seniors within the rural communities under Priority 5, but even though social isolation is mentioned in the engagement findings, there is no tangible strategy activity that addresses this issue for all seniors. Housing. The strategy focused primarily on individuals.
Councillor Weigel, do you think, I think this is focused on the strategy that we changed to 7.4?
Yes, that was originally going to be where I was going to read it. Would you like me to read it then?
Yeah, I think that'd probably be
Sure.
probably more fitting. I think that it hits on a lot of key points that we identified
I agree.
in that report that were erogenous.
No, I agree. I was just asked to read it through here. So
Yeah, I think that's
I
where
will,
it-
I will
that's
keep
my-
it where it was.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
Does council have any debate, discussion, or comments on the amended motion that Councillor Vardy put forward? Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm struggling to find where this fits on, like, these proposed amendments in section 28. I don't know what this is. Like, I pulled it up, and 28 says, the chief administrative officer shall have the sole discretion to determine what administrative support is provided to committees. Is it just and subcommittees? That's it? That's being added? Okay, and then Appendix I is this new one. Okay, so my only issue with Appendix I is this is a council-appointed committee, and for a committee to set their own schedule doesn't work for us. We have a lot of other things, and I think we need to be able to have a predictable schedule, not only for us, but for administrative supports as well. So,
Thank you, Mayor. Can I have clarity on schedule? Do you mean meeting schedule or do you mean mandate? Can you clarify your point, please?
my point is, like, it's going to be a set schedule this Wednesday of every month, not.
Yeah, so the intent, apologies if it's not clear, the intent is to have it the same as all the other ones. So
Okay,
one of the
okay.
comments.
Yep, that's all I need.
Oh, you're good? Okay, cool.
Yeah. I thought it was just, yeah.
Does council have any other questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I just want to mention that the members of the Recede team are here, and they've nodded in approval as to the motion. So just so everyone's aware of that.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Boussier?
Let's view social report.
Luana?
No. So this is not addressing ACOA at all? We're
Thank you for
bringing
the
that one
and
forward after, or what?
I have a supplemental motion, should this pass, to address the seniors.
That would be good to know.
So I'm not allowed to speak to. I did allude to it, but I wasn't allowed to go into detail about it because we can only debate one at a time, was my understanding. But my intent is for my supplemental motion that our seniors would be in the Wood Buffalo strategy that Few Social had brought forward, that idea that seniors would be a part of here. So ACOA would not be its own committee. It would go into the social well-being that was recommended by Fuse.
Okay, so, that's mind-numbing to me. Like, how do we get here? So, are the other motions just gone then? Yeah. And then, yeah, okay, go ahead with this one, then I'll address ACOA after, right? Okay. You're gonna read that then?
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Does council have any other questions, comments, or debate points regarding the amended motion? Councilor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I apologize to everyone. I left early last night, so I wasn't privy to the entire delegates speaking. I guess, where are we with ACOA now? Before I vote on this, is ACOA...
We haven't. We did the second reading, and then there was amendments came forward, so we haven't voted on anything. So nothing's been decided at this point.
No, I apologize, Mayor. Like I said, I missed. So right now, this is to continue reside on their own, standalone.
If you want to address that, Councilor Vardy, it's your motion.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. That is correct. This is just looking at reside, not at ACOA. I do have a supplemental motion that will talk about where I think ACOA fits, but that's not represented here at this time.
Okay. So, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Does any other councilor have any other comments, questions, or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councilor Van de Castian against. Councilor Marcel in favor. And that's carried with 7 in favor. And Councilor Vardy, you have another supplemental amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My supplemental motion is that administration work with Few Social to review the Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee's mandate and composition as outlined in Appendix A and return to council with recommended amendments that align council's mandate with a focus on advancing accessibility, belonging, inclusion, and quality of life for all residents.
So sorry, Councilor Vardy, we'll do that. We'll deal with that supplemental. I guess it's not to the bylaws. So will be after the third reading, which makes it really confusing what we're voting on.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
I know procedurally you should be debating and voting on one motion that's before you. I think given the conversation, it would make sense for council to have that collective conversation before you vote to pass a bylaw.
Right.
And then need to rescind or go back and amend again,
Yeah, that's
if everyone
yeah,
is comfortable with that approach.
Yeah, so my view now with that amendment in the bylaw, what we're voting on is with that, but there's still no place for ACOA in this bylaw that we're voting on. So we as a council need to look at, before we vote on a supplemental motion, what's going to affect the bylaw, what we're voting on. Because right now we're voting on ACOA is not in the bylaw.
Through the chair, for clarity, by passing Councillor Vardy's amendment, what you've done is included the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity and Equity as a new Appendix I to the bylaw. You're now voting on second reading of the bylaw, which includes the Social Wellbeing Committee, RESIDE, and the other proposed new committees, with no mention of ACOA, for clarity.
With that said, the Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee, the only member of that right now will be ACOA.
Has the composition the same?
Yeah. Councillor Boussier?
So that makes no sense.
Right.
That was my point earlier. Like, so we need to withdraw that and figure out a different path forward.
Through the chair, my understanding from Councillor Vardy, her intent was to proceed with the Social Wellbeing Committee as proposed, as well as include RESIDE as a standalone committee.
That's just ACOA differently.
Pretty much. Well, yeah, that wasn't the point. So, I mean, we're putting lipstick on a pig, like we're trying to make it work. When, if ACOA or if RESIDE is going to remain a standalone committee, my recommendation would be that ACOA should as well then. The purpose was to bring them together for one committee. So yesterday, like the messaging many times was about seniors are this, like there's some homogenous group, and they're not. They represent every culture, every disability. They're not a homogenous group. They have, they require as much representation as RESIDE in that regard. You have every culture that's a senior. So if we're not bringing them together, then let's just leave them apart and let's come up with a different strategy where the community and social well-being, my recommendation would be that it be given to the tri-partnership of Fuse, United Way, and Wood Buffalo Community Foundation, and give it to them to go work with RESIDE, to go work with ACOA, give them the lifting to go meet individually or bring them together collectively, I don't care. But if we're going to keep RESIDE as an independent committee, then my recommendation would be to also keep ACOA or bring them together. So I guess.
Do you want to make that amendment?
Sure.
Okay, we'll take a minute to write that up. To keep ACOA to.
Like, let's just deal with the community and social well-being separately is what I'm saying. Like, that's.
Separate them and let's move on.
Okay, Luana, do you want to make an amendment?
Yeah, but I'm not
take
as
a
smart
minute.
as Jade. She
No,
can
I'll
whip it
give you
together.
a minute to get
Pardon
it.
me?
We'll take a short amendment
Okay.
break.
You made it 23 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. And Councillor Boussier, have amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 26/019 be amended by replacing Appendix A with the attached hereto to replace Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee with the Advisory Committee on Aging, and in Section 8, including Appendix A.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. And thanks for the second, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier, do you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just that if we were not going to amalgamate the committees to bring that voice to the community social well-being, then let's let them both stand alone. And this is unrelated to this, but I'm just going to manipulate the time that I have because I see KG there. And last night I watched some of the presentations again, and it was just her I wanted to address. I don't know how I didn't pick it up last night, but I didn't. KG, you said in your presentation that you felt that this was a move that mirrored what you believe the provincial government was doing in terms of taking away or tromping on rights of marginalized communities. And I just felt it was important to let you know that absolutely was not any part of this intent behind it. And I just thought it was important that you know that this was about trying to strengthen the voice. It came from a place of trying to strengthen the voice and bringing everybody together, frankly, because we weren't really comfortable with the community well-being report. We felt it was missing so much. So I just wanted you to know that. Well, I won't speak for everybody, but I will speak for everybody only because I know where this came from in terms of the place that it came from. So that's just what I wanted you to know. That's it. Thank you. I'm going to still disagree. I'm going to still disagree. I think it would have been
And
good.
we'll get back to the amendment.
Yes, but that's okay. We're where we are,
Thanks
and
for the
we'll move
commentary.
forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and thanks for addressing that. Does Council have any comments, debate points, or questions related to the amendment? Yeah, Councillor Weigel seconded the amendment. I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Marcel in favor, Councillor Van de Castian in favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Going back to the second reading of bylaw number 26/019 amended. Yes. Yeah.
Through the chair to council, as a reminder, just to refresh everyone's memory, in our presentation yesterday, we did propose a second reading amendment to replace Appendix G with the attachment 5 that was provided in your agenda package to ensure that the two councillors on that committee remain non-voting in compliance with the legislation.
Okay, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be happy to move that.
Thank you.
I'll move that as a member of the committee. I'll move that bylaw 26/019 be amended by replacing Appendix G, Municipal Policing Advisory Committee, with the new Appendix G, Municipal Policing Advisory Committee, as provided in Attachment 5.
Luana. And thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Boussier, for the second. Does Council have any comments, debate points, or questions related to the amendment? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Castian in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Now moving on, can someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 26/019? We'll call for a vote. Or sorry, go Councillor Scott.
Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor. Just wondered if you could take a moment. The point was raised yesterday a bit about how committees speak to council and that process of reporting publicly. And I just wondered if you or Jade would mind addressing that, just so those who are in attendance or online can sort of understand how that works.
Through the chair, the bylaw before you this evening sets out reporting requirements for committees. I know in the past, committees have been required to report to council on an annual basis, sometimes more frequently if they're directed by council on a specific initiative. What committees would do is typically they'd work with their department liaison, put in a request for presentation to council. It gets reviewed by the agenda review panel and then scheduled for presentation.
Thank you, Jade. Thank you, Councillor Scott. That I'll call for a vote on the amended 2026/019 Committee's bylaw. In favor online, Councillor Van de Casten in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Now can I have someone make the motion for the third reading for amended bylaw number 26/019? Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I'll move that bylaw number 26/019 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Boussier for the second. Council, have any questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing it. I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Van de Casten in favor, Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you. What's this? That's carried unanimously, everyone. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading for bylaw number 26/020? Councillor Allen.
I'll move that bylaw number 26/020, being an amendment to committee's bylaw number 17/024, be read a second time.
Thank Councillor Allen. Thank Councillor Boussier for the second. Council, have any questions, comments, or debate points? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. In favor online. Councillor Van de Casten in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion for the third and final reading of bylaw number 26/020? Councillor Allen.
I'll move that bylaw number 26/020 be read a third and final time. And I would like, and just to follow up with a comment to administration, thanks for the great work in putting this together so quickly.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. And thanks for the second. Who seconded that? Okay. Thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. Council, any comments, questions, or debate points? Not seeing any, I will call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Marcel and Councillor Van de Casten, thank you. And that's carried with 10 in favor. Thank you, everyone. Now, if you're following along at home, now we're moving back to what was 7.4. Well, it was 7.3, which is now 7.4. Yeah. The report on the community safety and social well-being strategy. I'd like to invite community services to introduce the report, please, whenever you're ready.
Goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director of Community Services, and with me this evening is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. Due to the agenda carrying over from last evening, the presenters from the Rural Development Network who prepared the Community Safety and Social Wellbeing Strategy are unable to join us today. Instead, I'm going to turn it over to Janelle, who's going to present the report.
Thank you, Tony. And I realize when we have a presentation, we're not sure how long it will take. I will try to get through this in about 8 minutes, so you know the span of time. The Community Safety and Social Wellbeing Strategy was completed by the Rural Development Network on behalf of the rmwb, partially funded by the Building Safer Communities grant. An internal working group collaborated to broaden engagement, and we want to thank our colleagues in Indigenous and Rural Relations, Communications, RCMP Support, Bylaw Services, Emergency Services, Planning and Development, as well as Cheryl Cooper for her leadership on this project. The report represents a shared approach to feelings of safety and comfort and overall social well-being, capturing community voices on key concerns, needs, and social assets that emerged from engagement sessions, funneling into 6 priority areas for collective action. Implementation is intended to break down institutional silos while combining rural and urban sentiments to social development, prevention, and risk intervention. The report includes an asset map identifying 16 categories for social assets found throughout our region, promoting an asset-based approach to safety and social well-being. The top 4 assets identified unanimously for the region were parks and recreation facilities, cultural identity and heritage, strong social fabric, and effective collaboration networks. Priority areas in the report that align with strategies in the Municipal Development Plan and complement Council's Strategic Governance Plan. A continuous improvement model will be applied to ensure the strategy continues to evolve with changes in social needs, adapting as new priorities are realized and as activities are completed. And this is the point where we intended to hand it over, so I will then take it from here. The current slide highlights who RDN is and the work they do. They are a network that empowers rural communities through trusted development expertise, information, and service. RDN's common work includes housing development, homelessness initiatives, safe and inclusive communities, and community development. And then I'll jump right into the engagement data. Between online tools, virtual interviews, and in-person engagements, RDN worked with the RMWB staff to successfully capture the voices of 3,466 residents and organizations. A highlight from this phase being that there was strong youth engagement. What we heard was a community definition for safety and social well-being, which to residents means belonging, safety, and social inclusion. Other words highlighted are found throughout the report and indicate social assets. According to residents, the current slide shows the community strengths and assets found across the RMWB. Specifically, as mentioned earlier, infrastructure for active living, including parks, emerged as a top strength, followed by a strong regional identity, cultural identities, and sense of heritage, as well as a strong social fabric and effective collaboration networks, highlighting positive relationships between the RMWB, RCMP, and the social profit sector, allowing an interdisciplinary approach to complex issues or wicked problems. Gaps and challenges highlighted on this slide are captured best on the asset mapping and resident perspectives. For example, access to healthcare, feelings of safety, connectivity, economic strain for a small portion of the population, funding cuts, and a lack of veterinary services were all identified by residents through these engagements. Also through the engagements, the following populations self-identified as vulnerable and are represented within the report: youth ages 13 to 24, persons with disabilities, seniors and elders, Indigenous peoples, and newcomers and immigrants. The report highlights input from residents on issues that matter to them. This displays as a safety or social concern, meaning it is not a quantitative finding or a gap, Rather, it's an observation or a feeling. For example, feelings of safety, experiences of racism, and perceptions of enforcement specifically related to ATV use and property crimes were noted as areas of concern for residents. This brought forward several ideas and opportunities, showing that residents feel a sense of ownership for their social concerns and are positioned to identify solutions. This is a strength and evidence of social capital existing in our communities. Key ideas shared by residents engaged in the plan included the need for investment in prevention, which was recently approved as a 2027 funding priority. Residents suggested youth-centered and other specialized infrastructure and connectivity improvements, such as medical travel options. Cultural and social integration was underscored, and in practice means the integration of Indigenous ways of knowing in the implementation of safety and social well-being strategies. Lastly, residents identified a desire for system solutions for navigating social supports and building awareness of existing supports. A visual asset map was provided by RDN depicting the 16 categories for social assets across the region and where they are centralized or where there is a need for increasing community development to enhance these assets. It's worth noting that there is a desire for the rmwb to integrate work of the social profit sector by completing a more robust asset map, and we've had some preliminary conversations about that. Finally, I'll briefly summarize the 6 priority areas that RDN recommends be addressed for safety and social well-being. Access to healthcare and essential services speaks to the need for system solutions for those navigating physical health, addiction, or mental health needs. It's worth noting that broader systems of care or navigation can be applied to other complex social issues as well, like food insecurity. Housing stability and homelessness preventions target issues in the housing and homelessness sector, such as funding reductions or program losses, again proposing systems level changes. Supports for children, youth, and young adults refer to youth-centered and specialized infrastructure, which we will see through the Casa House development coming to Fort McMurray, but also points to a need identified by McCoy for strengthening our community assets and increasing belonging. Inclusion, anti-racism, and social connectivity refer to specific actions that align with the activities in our municipal development plan or that align with our anti-racism policy. It also refers to strengthening social assets through programs that increase social participation. Rural infrastructure, safety, and access reflects resident perspectives on feelings of safety and connectivity. A takeaway from this input is that residents may not be aware of emergency plans specific to their areas. For example, we know through our colleagues in emergency management that each community has a community emergency management plan, a CEMP. But we also know from engagements with organizations and residents that many are unaware of these plans and where to find them. Increasing campaigns during Emergency Preparedness Week could help build visibility of these tools, and other actions may resolve the perceptions in some areas. Last but not least, animal health and safety captures key concerns that will be addressed by the established Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. The recommendations before Council this evening are to accept the report as a guiding document for addressing community needs and to implement recommendations in the report for administration to implement those. I want to acknowledge the strong partnerships are required to achieve shared implementation, and Council's endorsement is essential for administration and the newly formed committee's bylaw. The report will continue to be a living document where input is welcome and collaboration is critical. And I'll go to the contact information for Elaine and Tricia. We want to thank them again for bringing the work this far. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Janelle. Thank you, Tony. Does council have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Question there, Tony. Have we looked into different ways to implement this? Because we'd had a discussion there last week that the implementation strategy was, in my opinion, rather flawed. Has there been any thought since then on how we can do that different?
Through the chair to the question, it is recognized that there are some concerns with the current implementation plan as presented in the report. If council wishes us to do so, we can take it back from an administration perspective and reach out to our internal partners and external partners and redevelop an implementation plan that council can endorse.
Okay. And I don't know if this is something that either of you are going to be able to answer, but unfortunately we don't have our consultants there. But do we know, apart from the appendices of the surveys, where they got a lot of these data points from? There are a number of factually incorrect points in this report.
Through the chair to Councillor Vandekastian, every data point in the report is a perspective of the residents who are engaged. I don't know if you can see what's on my screen here, but just to go back to the engagement, it was through surveys, quick polls, gathering tools, pulse inquiries, interviews and focus groups, as well as dotmocracies, pop-ups, and the youth rural conversations. So it was all information that was collected and perspectives from residents. So I appreciate that it may feel that it's not, it may not seem accurate to some of the realities that other people perceive or experience, but it is just reflecting what our residents said or felt.
Okay. So, yeah, that's everything I'll save for debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vandekastian. Councillor Bussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just, it doesn't matter what I touch tonight, it just goes wonky. Can you tell me, in light of what's happened tonight, what you see as the plan moving forward with this document?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, this needs to be a shared document that lives with community. And what we see is integrating the sector, the tables that Shannon had mentioned earlier that I think she may speak to again as part of this plan, and every partner that we can bring in to co-design what the implementation is. So we're not asking for you to rubber stamp this today and it goes on a shelf. This is just the beginning of working together and designing together what our actions will be.
But the motion on the floor is we accept this as a guiding document, as it is.
Yes, a jumping off point, I would say. Yeah. There's a lot of valuable perspectives in this from the residents. And again, there's 3,400 residents engaged. This isn't necessarily complete. It's not every perspective, but it's a good starting point.
Okay, and can we discuss the lack of an Indigenous pillar in this as a problem?
Yeah, thank you
and get
for
that
raising
on record.
That. Yes, thank you for raising that. Again, the priorities that were identified emerged from what residents were saying. So while we saw in the report that people self-identified as Indigenous and that they identified as a vulnerable population, they weren't self-electing or sharing ideas of a pillar of indigeneity. The recommendation in the report is that Indigenous ways of knowing be enacted through the implementation of the plan.
Okay, like I don't want to, I'm with Kyle, like I've been upfront about lots of the concerns I have with this report, but I know a lot of work went into it. I know Coop spent a lot of time working on it, and I don't want it to collect dust somewhere, but I guess just to be clear that we're all on the same page, it just needs a lot of work and a lot of guidance and to be a lot more informed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Does Council have any other questions for administration? Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks for your presentation. I guess really I kind of wanted to ask about priority number 1, which was the access to healthcare and the essential services. How did we determine the lack of essential services through healthcare through the rural communities, and how the levels of assistance in those rural communities? Because obviously an isolated like a community like Fort Chipewyan, the determination of having a resident wanting to even leave because they are sick. Some of them don't ever want to leave because they don't come back. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to get an explanation of how you guys determined how'd you get there, I guess, in a way?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. So again, the priorities reflect what residents who were engaged said was important to them to feel safe and have a sense of well-being. And so that perception of access to healthcare or the realities of leaving the region or leaving their communities for healthcare is why that is a priority. So I would say in some cases, what we saw in the appendices and the data that was collected, it's just awareness or a lack of awareness of the services existing. And sometimes it is connectivity. And so this is what's important. And that's where we need to work with community to identify who will action or who will prioritize this and advocate for it. I'm aware that I believe PCN has a table that they're championing some of this advocacy. So it's not necessarily that the municipality will address access to healthcare, but how do we ensure it remains a priority for our residents?
What's PCN?
Primary Care Network.
Primary Care Network, okay. So in the priority number one, like, can you give me the examples of, like, in general healthcare, like just mean like cancer patients, you know what I mean? Dialysis machines, is that level of healthcare you mean?
Through the chair, one example, as you mentioned, medical transportation, I think is identified here as item 1.2. It was identified as a gap in service, and to Janelle's point, how can we as the municipality work with our community partners, with AHS and different levels of government to help our rural residents get that access to medical transportation? That's just one example.
So in the departmental wise, where would that come from? Like community services, or are we going to just make another couple positions, or
build
what?
on that? So in the strategy on page 60, it outlines potential partners. That's just, again, a starting point for where we can begin to look at who would do that work. And
No, I know,
so,
but I mean, like us as a municipality, is just going to come from you guys?
no, it's not necessarily, again, that we own every priority or every action. So we would look to what people are doing in community, measure and ensure that that's happening, but not that we own it.
Okay, thanks. I like it.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does Council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Oh, sorry, Councilor Weigel. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Janelle. Moving on to delegates, Councilor Weigel, you have a letter you want to read?
Thank you, Mayor. I will do this again. Just trying to get some airtime here. This letter is on behalf of ACOA and the chair, Patricia Scantlebury-McInnes.
What does Kendrick need?
Letter to Mayor and Council on behalf of the Advisory Committee on Aging. Your Worship, Mayor Bowman, esteemed members of Council, CAO Boutelier, and RMWB administration. On behalf of the Advisory Committee on Aging, we wish to thank you for your opportunity to review the Community Safety and Social Wellbeing Strategy, CSSWB. We appreciate the efforts that went into creating the document and want to highlight some of the areas of concern for our committee and of one of the most vulnerable and highest growing populations in the RMWB, our seniors. While the CSSWB strategy identifies seniors throughout the document, it is not as specific as a specific priority group. Seniors are mostly mentioned as subgroups within broader priorities, and given the unique needs and growing senior population, this is particularly concerning. Some of the other areas of strategy that should be expanded upon include transportation. Through the report mentions transporting seniors in rural communities to urban center. There is no consideration for senior supports when traveling for medical appointments outside the RMWB. For example, to Edmonton. The report mentions attracting specialists to work within Fort McMurray, which is appreciated and would be a welcome change for all residents in the region. However, there is no discussion on how to support seniors, especially those without family or friends, to safely attend out-of-town appointments. Social isolation. We appreciate the focus on reducing social isolation for seniors within the rural communities under Priority 5, but even though social isolation is mentioned in the engagement findings, there's no tangible strategic activity that addresses this issue for all seniors. Housing. The strategy focuses primarily on individuals facing homelessness, with the growing seniors population that the fact that senior housing needs assessment is being completed this year. Housing stability for seniors should also be a priority, not just in terms of homelessness, but also availability and access to housing that provides specific levels of care so that seniors may age in the region. Financial security. Prescription affordability is mentioned in the document, and while that is certainly a financial challenge seniors are facing, it's not the only one. Some others include utility affordability, housing cost pressures, changing in senior benefits, inflationary impacts, and etc. Many seniors are on very fixed incomes and therefore highly impacted by cost increases. There are other areas of concern, but given the few but significant items identified, the fact that our senior population is growing faster than any other community or demographic within Alberta, the findings of the engagement that highlighted numerous senior-specific issues, ACOA would strongly recommend that seniors be identified as its own priority group in the strategy. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. And is that the only written we have, Jade? Is Alexandria online? And online we have presenter Alexandria. There she is.
I am.
Hi, just want to say your name for the record, Alexandria, and then just you have 5 minutes to present and just remain online for questions, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bowman, members of the council and guests. My name is Alexandria Tarasenko. Our family has called this community home for past 15 years. And I'm a member of the Parents Association for Francophone Education, member of the Ukrainian Support Group for Ukrainians fleeing the war, as well as the member of the Newcomer Interagency Network and Immigrant Advisory Table. I believe this allows me to speak on the challenges that immigrants and newcomers are facing in our community and bring this point that I think is relevant to this particular discussion. 2 months ago at Newcomer Interagency Network, we had a presentation from the municipality, which was a result of a preliminary survey, social well-being survey, and anticipating that the council will be adopting a strategy for the social well-being of our community over the next decade. I'm here to advocate actually for the immigrant and newcomer population of Wood Buffalo, which often, due to the traditionally considered under jurisdiction of the federal government, often falls through the many cracks of the system. I'd like to draw council attention to an evident gap that we have in our community, which is growing bigger, especially with the federal public policy changing towards immigration. And it is no secret that we live in an extremely multicultural community, and that was reiterated last evening. I think it was the KG and Rima and other speakers, and they touched upon that. So with federal budget cuts, we are witnessing the shrinking of the services offered to settlement services and employment supports of immigrants. We know immigrants constitute about 21% of our labor force, and for some industries like food services and accommodation, they employ up to 40%. So this is just to say that immigrants and newcomers are contributing members of our society. Whenever, reiterating, they have the necessary supports to get started and be successful. To help immigrants overcome the multiple barriers to settlement and employment, we cannot any longer rely on federal supports. This is just to say, as they're shifting priorities, cutting funding on service units, even where there were already not enough in place. And we know that we always had waiting lists, and there's been always challenges with what we've got because of our remote location. For an example, we can take the language classes. And language is one of the main settlement success conditions, a non-negotiable condition for newcomers' integration into a community. So we cannot talk about integration and belonging if the person cannot speak the language, and if they, this is it's the foundational block, I would say. So current language classes are limited to Link, we run out of Keanu College, and the CAL program, both are part-time, and that means that the time to complete a class, like a level, even to get the basic fourth level takes years. And there are hundreds of people on waiting list because of lack of funding. So more ingenious, this is just to say more ingenious solutions for support are required, involving, I'd say, local public administration, committees, reaching out to maybe faith groups, other grassroots supports. I'd say our community needs an advocacy group mandated by the local government to collect and follow up on concerns from immigrant and newcomer population, especially that we're such a transient community where we get newcomers not only from abroad, but also from other provinces all the time. A generative space for immigrant voices to be heard, for connection and collective action. If immigrant support falls solely on higher levels of government, we risk it becoming no one's concern. So, but by taking municipal leadership today, we can ensure that Wood Buffalo remains a safe, welcoming, and economically resilient community for everyone who calls it home. So what I am suggesting, and I might have needed to speak yesterday, but because the decision was already taken, but I understand it's a work in progress. So first, the council could mandate the inclusion of newcomer settlement and integration as one of the core priorities within the pillars of a 10-year safety and social well-being strategy. And second, I might be opening another can of worms, but it could create a regional advisory committee for immigrants and newcomers to serve as a formal advisory body, creating a generative space for immigrant voices to be heard and providing council with targeted data and localized solution. Thank you for your attention and for opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Alexandra. Does council have any questions for the presenter?
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you, Alexandra. Thanks for presenting.
Thank you.
Next presenter, Shannon Rex. And Shannon, for the record, you want to say your name for the record?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Shannon Rex, and I'm here on behalf of the Wood Buffalo Executive Director Network to express our appreciation for the significant effort undertaken to develop the draft Community Safety and Social Wellbeing Strategy. We recognize the scope and ambition of this work, and I'm here to offer a handful of recommendations to further strengthen the strategy and support its implementation. A handful of executive directors all provided their own more specialized feedback based on their individual organizations, and we've rolled this up into a series of recommendations from the network as a whole. So the first being representativeness of engagement data. While we acknowledge the extensive engagement efforts, we feel the number of interactions captured represent 3,400 interactions, limit how fully the findings reflect broader community experiences. The strategy does identify a range of vulnerable populations. However, there are notable gaps in representation to marginalized and equity-deserving communities in the depth and consistency of information provided. Future engagement would be strengthened through active and intentional presence at inclusive community events and/or engagement with the sector to determine potentially what opportunities there might be to have an intentional presence to collect that data at inclusive community events. Partnership-driven engagement with frontline agencies, and clear differentiation between unmet needs and needs already being addressed. In addition to ensuring broader consultation, future processes should consider deeper involvement of communities in not only shaping input, but how findings are interpreted to ensure that the final report reflects the information provided, especially through organizations who provided interviews, that the content of those interviews was meaningfully reflected in the final report. The second recommendation is integration of the social profit sector. We appreciate the opportunities for participation and engagement provided by the project team, and feel the strategy could benefit from a co-development approach by leveraging the expertise of social profit leaders and through deeper collaboration with the sector. The idea that it is different being invited to the table than it is being invited to help build the table. We recommend advancing co-development with the social profit sector, establishing ongoing partnership structures for implementation and evaluation, and integrating sector-led data and needs assessments. Positioning the sector as a strategic partner will enhance alignment, reduce duplication, and strengthen community outcomes. Our third recommendation is service navigation and awareness of existing supports. We support the intent to improve access through a centralized navigation approach, but would like to note that several proposed solutions such as navigation supports, newcomer orientation, cultural awareness, and community connection programming are already in place. This suggests that the challenge may be less about service gaps and more about awareness, coordination, and access. Social profit organizations are actively working to address duplication and identify critical gaps in community services. As such, it is important that strategies accurately reflect existing programs and capacities, ensuring that identified needs represent true gaps rather than services already in place. We believe this is a meaningful opportunity to focus on strengthening communication about existing services, improving referral pathways between organizations and other community partners, and ensuring residents, municipal staff, and community partners know how to access available supports. The fourth recommendation is enhancing implementation and accountability frameworks. While the strategy outlines priorities and high-level activities, we believe greater detail is needed to support effective implementation. We recommend collaborating with social profit leaders to expand the implementation framework to include clear roles and accountabilities across partners, defined timelines and sequencing of actions, measurable outcomes and performance indicators, and transparent resource allocation and funding considerations. This level of clarity will be essential for tracking progress, ensuring accountability, and achieving meaningful system change. The CSSWB strategy represents a critical step forward towards a more coordinated, preventative, and inclusive approach to community well-being. We remain committed to working alongside the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo and our partners to strengthen implementation, deepen collaboration, and ensure that the strategy reflects the full breadth of community expertise and lived experience. We are invested in providing long-term support and continuing to adapt this strategy as the needs of community continue to evolve. Thank you for your leadership, Mayor and Council, as well as the project team, consideration of these recommendations, and the opportunity to contribute. I also just want to share that this is based on a letter that was provided to the project team as well as Mayor and Council a number of weeks ago, and I am happy to share that since then there have been additional conversations about how we might move this forward in a way that addresses the concerns in this letter. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Shannon. And thanks for sharing that as well. Council, have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Shannon. No, your presentations are always very well informed, and appreciate your approach. Just looking at what the engagements were that we had, we do a lot of this for everything that we do, our municipal development plans, but the numbers of engagements for something like this seem to be relatively higher than what was anticipated. Did any of your membership in the executive director network, did any of them indicate that they had participated in any of these?
Yep, there are a handful of agencies that did participate, either by attending one of the engagement sessions or provided an interview. My understanding, based on follow-up conversations with those representatives, was that the challenge that they felt is that some of what was included in the interview didn't necessarily make it into the final report in the depth that they would have liked.
Okay. Yep. No, that's a fair comment, and appreciate that you've sent that letter in, and it is looking at how we can bring them all in. I think it was intended to be a living document, and it's intended to be very broad in nature, but just the fact that we're getting to this point is encouraging, and I think I said it yesterday as well about the importance of our social profit sector. And so appreciate you bringing your comments and concerns in, and we'll see how we can implement them.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Shannon. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for all your work and bringing forward the voice of the ED Roundtable here. One quick question. I know we talked about you taking the community piece and fleshing that out. How long do you think, you with Unite Away and Wood Buffalo Community Foundation, how long do you think it would take you to do that work?
I think with prioritizing it, we could do that work between now and the end of the fall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Does Council have any other questions for Shannon? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you so much.
Octo Bishop. Octo, just give your name for the record.
What?
And you know the rest of the rules, I'm sure.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Octo Bishop. I regularly encounter people asking for things to do, struggling to make social connections, or inquiring about the region looking to move or visit. Unfortunately, oftentimes my overzealous paragraphs of suggestions are joined by people insisting that there's nothing to do here, besides go to bars or having other reductive and dated views of us. I've been lucky enough to influence some people who have never even heard of us into looking into visiting the region, but I've also seen people post wanting to move here, sounding cautiously excited just to have their plans squashed by people's unhappiness, which my hours of researching event suggestions for people doesn't seem to be able to fix. Even I struggle with awareness. I still, after over a year now for my first time speaking, shockingly hesitate to speak to anyone about things if they aren't already an agenda item, and resign my thoughts to a folder in my notes with all my other unrealistic wishes for the region, like the white whale of my life, the visitor center. There are some more realistic wishes too, I promise. There are plenty of small-scale initiatives that could benefit the region, and some that already are and could do wonders with a little bit more, like the book boxes mentioned in the What We Heard report, which was me, and the Imagination Library. Because education is one of the most crucial needs of our community and around the world. We're battling a literacy crisis which has countless effects on lives. It feels harder and harder to avoid misinformation, which administration mentioned in their report. And the most unfortunate thing, which I'm hoping is temporary, the closure of some of our most incredible museums, which puts our history at risk. I'm no exception to needing some education, as I had never known that we had so many books about the region, or about the library that Fort Chipewyan used to have, until just last month, or even just how cool of an area it is. The most important part of a community is its people, and I'm happy to say we have some pretty awesome people. My former teacher, Laura, rivals the sun with the amount of light and warmth she brings into the community. Mo continues to amaze me with how he tirelessly serves us in so many ways, from all the current and former Rayside members to all the directors and the departments that keep this meeting going. We have some incredible advocates who are very passionate about the community. Being surrounded by wonderful people makes a vast difference in how someone feels about where they live. Like even how when the meetings have to be 2 days to cover everything, I still enjoy it because of everyone here. I hope that eventually every resident will feel a sense of safety and belonging enough to love this region just as much as I do, and I think a lot of the suggestions put forward by administration tonight will do that. And this is the one time I'm very open to questions.
Thanks, Octo. Does council have any questions for the presenter? And you spoke so eloquently, no one has any questions. So thanks, Octo. Guy Choquet? So Guy, if you want to say your name for the record. And I think you know the rules. You have 5 minutes to present, and a nice pin.
Yes. Guy Choquet, and I'm here tonight as a resident. So I just want to share with you the 40 years career that I had with Red Cross. Whenever I went somewhere, I never was a resident. I was always on deployment. So even though I came here in 2016, it's still I retired in 2023 when I was able to kind of identify as a resident. So just think of it, all my life, the last 3-4 years, I'm involved. I see an opportunity for civic engagement. That's why I'm on all of these committees on ACOA. But I really want to speak tonight to the plan, the community strategy, because when I read it, I saw myself in that plan through and through. So I don't want to address the plan as a person that works on a committee, that I want to address it as a resident. So what I'm trying to figure out tonight is how, as a resident, that we're going to engage, how are we going to engage our resident in this plan? Because if you look at it, a lot of people should recognize themselves in it. So is it a communication strategy? Is it like, so I have 2 examples that I want to give. So again, as a resident, when I read the plan, I saw a recommendation that there'd be a space for multicultural organization, communities to meet. In my mind, I go, oh yeah, that's good, but that means like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years, we're going to build something or find a space. But I've been going to the Multicultural Association senior socials, and there's 50 to 60 people that attend those socials. And then the last social, we had half of the room dancing in front, and it's a cultural dance. So I said to them, well, like, why don't you do more events in the space? And then the answer was, well, we don't have the money to be able to rent a space. So I kind of go, okay, does that mean we have to wait till we build something? Or does that mean we inform the community investment strategy to actually consider funding those things? Or is it, as someone suggested today, Doug Barton's cabin get become available for that. So how do we input information like that that's in the plan, like as a resident? Does that mean I'm going to go talk to Luana and say, hey, Luana, I've heard about this? Like that's okay, but I think residents need to know how to be engaged because it's not evident. And the second thing that, as a person that read the plan, when I saw the difference of the mortality rates of urban and rural folks, it's appalling. How many people in the rural areas die years earlier than we do here. And so sitting on the Primary Care Network Committee, one of the things that they were battling with 3-4 months ago is an underfunded cancer screening. Like, how is that possible that we have So now what they've done is they've actually gone to foundations to find ways of funding that work. Like, that doesn't sound right to me. But there's no specific committee to address that. But part of what I understand council's looking at is an advocacy strategy or role. So again, like for me as a resident, I just want to signal that it's appalling the differences in the health in rural versus urban setting, and what is it that we can do about that? What can the municipality do about that? Again, is it me going to a council person and try to advocate through them? So anyway, and the last thing I want to say, like, I really like the communication strategy of the municipality. Like, I belong to any kind of listserv that you guys provide, and I think it's amazing. Like, but you have to be able to read in that kind of language and go to the documents. But like, if this community strategy is meant for the residents of this community, maybe we need to have a specific communication strategy to engage residents, for them to understand so they can see themselves and then even be able to participate. So I guess I have all of those decades of pent-up need to be more involved, but I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you, Guy. Thanks for sharing that. And definitely those are ideas we bring back to the committee. Does council have any other questions for Mr. Choquet? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Guy. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the Community Safety and Social Wellbeing Strategy, Attachment 1, be accepted as a guiding document towards satisfying identified community needs, and that administration be directed to work with the tri-partnership of Fuse Social, United Way, and Wood Buffalo Community Foundation to remove the community layer of the draft framework, to further develop and refine that framework and provide them with the required supports to undertake this, and report back to council by the end of Q4.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and thanks for the second, Councillor Weigel. Does council have any debate, discussion, or questions? The updated motions we have on screen now. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think that we can accept this as a guiding document. There's a lot of good things in there. There's a lot of things in there that rural communities have been advocating for and talking about for decades. And it's nothing new. We know what it is. We're hearing it again from community. We have a guiding document with, in my opinion, a very flawed implementation. The responsibilities of what groups it lies with leaves out many of the groups that have been advocating for this and that are local to the communities and know what these issues are. If we accept this as a guiding document, it's a map that's wrong, and it's going to end up, I feel, in a quagmire of committees and organizations that are not going to agree. It's going to break down. It's not going to line up with some of our strategic priorities. And this is going to become a likely expensive shelf warmer again. I would suggest, and I would hope that we accept it as information, we accept what we heard as information, and we send the implementation back to administration to come with us as council and our strat plan to find a way to properly do this and actually see that these things get done in our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Bussier.
Kyle, would you accept it as a reference document and then have the partnership and administration come back at the end of December with something that you may be willing to accept as a guiding document, but give them the next 6 months-ish to work on it to become a guiding document? I'm okay with changing it as a reference document.
I'm fine with that, Luana. That's my only concern is us accepting it as a guiding document right now. But if we're going to give these groups and administration 6 months and then put something proper together, I'm happy with that.
Understood. Is that good, Jade? You can just make that change.
Okay.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just a question to administration. Is 6 months enough time? There's an issue that I'm hearing with this wasn't done right. So is 6 months enough time to get it right?
Through the chair to the question, I would request maybe into Q1 of 2027, administratively to get something on the docket toward the end of the year when we're so heavily into their operating capital budget. It's just not really timely. So if we could get into Q1 2027, I think it's a little bit more reasonable.
Councillor Bussier, would you be open to an amendment of Q1?
Nope. Okay. Shannon had said that she can have it done by the end of Q3. So I gave to the end of Q4 simply because I know how difficult it is to manage. We're asking 3 nonprofit organizations to go off and do this. And I think she knows what's on her schedule. If we drag it out, we're going to run into other barriers for those nonprofits with competing priorities, dealing with year end and annual reports and audits and all those things. So I think they could come back if they need it. But Shannon said the fall, and I gave the end of Q4. And correct me if I'm wrong, Janelle, they're the ones going to be doing much of the heavy lifting, correct, on the community piece? So I think the bulk of it's going to fall on the social profit sector of United Way, with Buffalo Community Foundation, Fuse. So if it's a problem, Shannon will come back.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor, have any other questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing it. I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Van de Castian in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried with 9 in favor. Thank you, everyone. Next, we move on to 7.5. We have bylaw number 26/022, land use bylaw amendment for clerical errors, first, second, third readings. I'd like to invite plan development up to present, please. Do we want a presentation? I can ask council. How big is the presentation? Fine. I think if we don't, we'll hear about it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development, and we are here this evening to present bylaw 26/022, which proposes clerical, technical, grammatical, and typographical corrections.
Sorry, Amanda, just 1 second. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I think we've all seen this, and it's a fairly obvious thing to agree with. So what I've suggest we do as a council is waive the administrative presentation and go straight to the vote, unless somebody wants to hear the background.
If the rest of the council
online
is,
for members.
yeah, if the rest of the council is fine with that, I'm okay with that. It's clerical errors. It's not a big change to the bylaw. No objections? No objections. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you. I believe the next item is planning and development.
You can just stay
I'll
there
sit
if you
here.
like. Just get comfortable.
I should get my notes, though.
So does council have any questions regarding the clerical errors? So for council's awareness, the bylaw being proposed is all 3 readings tonight. So it's important to note that in order for the bylaw to receive third and final reading, the bylaw must receive unanimous consent for consideration of third reading. So we'll begin with the first reading. Can I have someone make the motion for the first reading of bylaw number 26/022, land use bylaw amendment for clerical errors, first, second, third readings. Councillor Allen?
Your Worship, I move that bylaw number 26/022 be an amendment to land use bylaw number 26/001 to fix clerical errors be read a first time.
Oh, sorry, my microphone was off. Thank you, Councillor Brandt and Councillor Allen. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Can I also make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 26/022? Councillor Allen.
I'll move that bylaw number 26/022 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Brandt for the second. Do we have any delegates to this item? Council, any discussion, debate, or comments? Not seeing any, I will call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Castian in favor, Councillor Marcel in favor. That's carried unanimously. As a reminder, if this is the third and final reading, bylaw must receive unanimous consent in order to proceed. Can I have someone make the motion for consideration of third reading? Councillor Scott?
Yeah, so moved.
And thanks for a second, Councillor Brandt. Council, any debate, discussion, or comments? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Castian in favor, Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously, 10 in favor. Next, we have the report on land transfer request. That was third reading.
No, you just did consideration of third reading.
Did I skip it? Okay.
You gotta do third reading there.
Can someone make the motion for third reading? Councillor Allen.
I will move that the bylaw number 26/022 be read a third and final time.
Thanks for the second again, Councillor Brandt. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Castian in favor, Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next, we have the report on land transfer requests, 20 and 24 Rydell Street, Lot 5, Block 11, Plan 0227161. I'd like to invite Planning and Development to proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development, and with me is Bryn Armstrong, Manager of our Land Administration team. We are here this evening regarding a request from BGC, formerly known as the Boys and Girls Club, to acquire 1.7 acres of municipally owned land located at 20 and 24 Rydell Street, downtown Fort McMurray, for a nominal value of $1. The land was recently appraised at $2.28 million. Council previously considered this matter on January 10th, 2023, and approved a nominal transfer of the lands to BGC, subject to several conditions which were not met. Some of the conditions that have not been met include remove the provincial caveat on title and register a right of first refusal supporting RMWB's interest at $1 for the land and market value of the building by January 11th, 2024. For context, the original land transfer request was initiated by BGC because it was understood that in order for them to secure bank financing, they had to borrow or mortgage against the land, which they did not own. However, an alternative solution has since been found, and BGC was successful in obtaining financing by using their building as bank security instead of the land itself. Fast forward to April 2026, BGC's newly appointed executive director contacted the municipality seeking an update on the land transfer. Administration advised that the conditions associated with council's previously approved motion were not satisfied by BGC within the required time frame, and therefore the land was not and could not be transferred to BGC. Therefore, BGC submitted a new land ownership request, which is before you this evening. Administration reviewed the request and does not support it. Retaining municipal land ownership is a strategic approach which preserves municipal control over lands, maintains flexibility for future planning objectives, retains a larger contiguous municipal land holding alongside an adjacent municipally owned parcel, and is mindful of taxpayers' money. Administration recognizes and supports the important role that BGC plays in our community, including serving children, youth, and families. Without the land transfer, BGC can still operate from the same location under the same lease agreement while still retaining ownership of its building and providing the same public benefit. This concludes our presentation, and we're here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And when that land transfer came forward, did we give the building to Boys and Girls Club at that time?
Through the chair to the question, the Boys and Girls Club asset or building has always been owned privately or by a different party than the RMWB.
Okay, thank you. Does Council have any other questions? Councillor Boussier?
Is there a delegate to speak to this? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Amanda. Amanda, when we met with, or when the request came in forward on January of 2023, why wouldn't we have just done that transfer and cave in and all that when we did the transfer? Like, why wouldn't we just had the lawyers that were working the contract or working the transaction just do that?
Through the chair to the question, as part of the original request for the land to be transferred, it was understood that the reason or rationale behind the request was that the Boys and Girls Club wanted to do leasehold improvements on their building. They were unable to get bank financing at the time without borrowing against land, which they didn't own. The request came in to transfer the land over to them so that they were able to secure additional funding for their leasehold improvements. As part of the motion to allow the transfer, there needed to be certain conditions that were dealt with, and BGC was to deal with those conditions and have them removed, as they would be the ones that would be accepting the land transfer over to them. The date that it was supposed to be completed by was January 11th, 2024. The conditions weren't removed, and the date lapsed, and so we're in a position now where the motion is no longer relevant or doesn't give administration the ability to transfer the land over. And I would also like to add that since that original council presentation, BGC has been able to secure that financing against their building asset, which the municipality did support through a tri-party agreement.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming there's a different person in that seat at BCG?
Correct.
Okay. I still like, I guess maybe Councillor Scott can speak to this. He's a lawyer. I'm still confused why you have a transaction between a willing buyer and willing seller, why the lawyers wouldn't just complete the caveat removal when the
Just quickly, I would say sometimes there's barriers to removing caveats. So the lawyers can contact the caveat holder and they might just be very difficult to deal with, or they might delay. So there can be a million reasons that caveats don't get pulled off title. So I'm not sure what the reasoning was. Maybe Amanda actually knows what the reasoning was.
Okay.
Through the chair to the question, I know that this one was a little bit more complicated than a straightforward caveat because there was another party involved, which is the province. They also had to agree to release the caveat.
Okay.
And there was work that would be required to conduct those conversations and to have those agreements put in place.
Yeah, the province is notoriously not quick. I'll say it that way.
So is it safe to say then we may be penalizing this organization because the province wasn't cooperating?
Through the chair to the question, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know how quickly their lawyers were responding or how proactive they were. I don't know what those conversations look like, but I do know the reason for the request in the first place was for the BGC to secure funding so that they could do their leasehold improvements or renovations to the building. That has since been completed, and they are in fact able to borrow against their own building. So the conditions have changed since the original land request.
Yeah, and I'm not a banker, but I think you can secure financing with a secured lease. I think most financial institutions will lend money on a secured lease just like they do if you own the land. Do we do our own internal transfers, like legal work, or do we contract a simple sale external?
Can you repeat that, please?
Do we do our own transactions in-house, or do we have external lawyers for sales, sale transaction, legal sales, land sales? Do we do it internally?
Through the chair to the question, it's a mix. We do it internally, and we also have external lawyers deal with it as well. Depends on the file.
Well, maybe I'll ask the delegate. I'm confused why.
That was an in-house lawyer.
For this transaction?
Correct.
Okay, so is the in-house lawyer still in-house, or did he retire? No? Okay, can someone speak to why the cave-in didn't get registered, removed?
Through the chair to the question, it wasn't the responsibility of the municipality to have the caveat removed. It was BGC that was dealing with that part.
Okay. I'll ask the BCG guy.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Boussier. Any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. And we have one presentation from Boys and Girls Club. If you want to, Savik, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions after, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sławik Bardosinski. I'm the Executive Director of BGC for McMurray. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to administration's recommendation to deny the transfer of Lot 5 to BGC. I'm asking Council to reject that recommendation and instead reaffirm its original intention, which was carried unanimously back in January 2023 to transfer the land. The question in front of you today is simple. What has materially changed since Council unanimously approved this transfer in 2023? Respectively, very little has. In 2023, Council has approved the transfer because BGC owns and has maintained this building for decades. Ownership would strengthen our access to financing and capital investment. The municipality had no identified need for the parcel, and the transfer supported essential youth services delivered from this site. Every one of those facts is still true today. The approval didn't expire because the reasoning was wrong. It expired because certain conditions weren't completed before the deadline. An expired timeline is not the same as an expired public benefit. Some comments on ownership and funding. Ownership is evaluated favorably in capital funding. It signals long-term site control and protects the funder's investment. One example, Community Facility Enhancement Program, CFEP, requires paperwork such as landowner letter of support, proof of lease, if that is the case, when the applicant doesn't hold title. However, an application backed by fee simple ownership scores higher, since the intent of the grant is facility improvements, okay? On top of the land itself, not the land alone. But grants are only half the picture. Our bank has confirmed that it requires fee simple ownership to extend financing of any kind, not just bridge loans, but lines of credit, term loans, and mortgages alike. That's not a preference on the bank's part. It's how commercial lending works. A lender can only register a secured charge against an asset the borrower actually owns. A leasehold interest gives a bank a materially weaker security position. The collateral is time limited to whatever remains on the lease, and enforcement is more complicated. This isn't theoretical for us. It's the exact issue we're navigating right now as part of an ongoing conversation with our lender to improve terms on our existing facility. The bank has directly asked us to provide documentation confirming the property's ownership history before we can finalize improved lending terms. Without clear registered title, that documentation simply doesn't exist to provide, and the file stays exactly where it is. A completed transfer resolves that gap permanently, not just the door to new financing. It's what allows us to fully benefit from the terms we're already working to improve on debt we already carry. And this is arriving at exactly the moment our organization is positioned to use it well. As of last year, BGC posted its strongest financial turnaround in recent memory. Okay, we've had a swing of profitability of $250,000 year over year. We were minus 140, now we're plus 70,000. Okay, we reduced our expenses by $400,000. Our revenue from programs alone has never been higher in the history of BGC. We're nearing $1 million. It's a drastic year-over change. These are the words used by our auditor, which we had at our AGM just last month. This matters because in past cycles, grant applications from this organization have been declined, and including the rmwb, I might add, for multiple years because of one of these reasons is his financial picture, which is a very, very different matter today. The weakness is no longer the true story, okay? We're changing the narrative. A strong balance sheet, hence why we need the fee simple, will paired with a strong income statement, which is actually verifiable and online public information through our most recent audit statements, gives both banks and funders exactly what we look for: long-term site control and demonstrated financial strength together. Regarding the municipality's interest in the land, Council doesn't have to choose between the transfer and protecting municipal flexibility. A right of refusal, which was originally suggested, is the way to go. You can use restrictions, repurchase rights, or reversion clauses, which can all be attached to the transfer, just as was completed or contemplated in 2023. BGC, again, has occupied the actual site since 1981, okay? And no specific municipal project requiring this parcel has been identified. On the caveat, this is a historical registration from 1990, and I've already reached out to the province, including the MLA's office. I got their full support, so that is no problem whatsoever politically. And I've gone ahead this time because, you know, I specialize in land, right? I actually worked for the land department here 10 years ago, and I was part of creating the original land policy here. So I'm well versed exactly what's happening, and I have questions as well. What happened, right, with this actual transfer that are questionable to me? And I would say more on that is that it's pretty much a very simple process, believe it or not. So I think it should have even been handled internally by the RMWB's land department. What you do is you send a simple letter to the original caveat holder with its registered address, and they have 60 days to respond. If you do not respond in 60 days, it drops off. That's exactly the case here. There's nobody here. This address is actually defunct as of now.
We're just over time there, Sovik, but I think some of that will come out in the questions.
Yeah, and I just, at this point, I would just say, in combination of all of these facts, I would really like to go back to the original intent, which was approved by administration the first time around, which makes more sense. We want to keep growing and keep adding social value, on which we're doing that in spades. So thank you.
Thanks, Sovik. And I want to actually mention as well, it's good to hear you've kind of turned things around there, and it's working now, because there was a time we were thinking we may lose the Boys and Girls Club. So thanks for all the work you've done. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. How long have you been the ED there?
10.5 months.
10.5 months. And who's your board chair?
Dan Tulk.
Okay. How long has he been the chair?
As long as I have been the ED.
10.5 months? Yep. Okay. What about your vice chair?
We don't have a vice chair.
How many board members do you have?
5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay. Are they all new?
No, I would say 2 of them have 2 years, and the rest are long-term board members.
Okay. Thank you. Just to your point, you obviously know your land stuff. So I guess maybe what you're not overly familiar with as an ED is one of the things before any investment is made, either from the municipality or funder, is stability of organization. And while it's fantastic that you turned it around from down 140 to up to 170, I think the picture of a little bit of instability would be a problem, because it reflects some lack of oversight if you get into 140 kind of K deficit, and then some really newness at the top, both your board chair and you. With respect to, was it CFEP that you applied for, the Community Facility Enhancement Grant?
Yeah, that's one of them, yes.
So are you aware that with that grant, you don't actually need to own the land? You don't even need to own the property. You can be leasing, but you have to have a lease agreement for 5 years.
I am aware of that, but nonetheless, the fact remains that if you have a strong balance statement, which they look at, you score higher. And this is a very competitive market for grants. And I did not even mention that part, right? It's been an uphill battle for not-for-profits, especially in the grants section. Hence why I put out a CBC report not too long ago saying you have to be out-of-box thinking, adding new revenue streams, which we've done again. And we're hence why we have these record numbers right now in programming and services, which are outside the box.
Yeah, and I was an executive director for 25 years, so I'm very familiar with the struggles of securing funding. What about the Enabling Accessibility Grant? Did you apply for that one?
Enabling, I'm not familiar with that particular grant, no.
Maybe that's one to look at. I guess, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's been a number of concerns with operations and fiduciary responsibilities across the nonprofit sector. So around the table, it becomes increasingly responsible to look at organizational stability, and it sounds like you're on the right track. But I'm just wondering how you did that. Like, can you tell me a little bit about what you did to turn it around?
Yeah, I renegotiated every single contract we had. Brought
like
down
funding
reductions.
Contract?
No, just operationally, right? I just took it down, restructured the entire organization, rewrote all the job descriptions, made everybody, create a strong work culture, less people. So actually, we're operating under a very skeleton crew, but we're outperforming for our size and the revenue we're generating. And then I added a whole bunch of new kind of business ideas in addition to that, right? Birthday packages, rentals, boardroom rentals, or now this is a really unique things that I actually added to is I created entrepreneurial type of barter agreements with service providers, such as our judo. So he's incentivized to actually go above and beyond, so it's monetized that way. So he's actually working for us indirectly by us incentivizing him, and that's bringing massive amounts of revenue through our unique activity nights, right? So if you ever want to, if you have kids, you want to drop them off, you can do that, and you'll be, it'll generate some revenue for us, and you can have a date night, right? So, I'm into marketing too, so we can talk about that.
What is the cost of the renovations that you're trying to accomplish?
The cost of which, sorry?
The renovations that you're trying to do.
Well, actually, we're trying to expand. Now, we moved into the upstairs because we're actually expanding the first bottom floor. So, because we know where the demand is, which is in the younger age cohort. So, we're moving up there. And we also want to turn that large boardroom, if you will, the former space for Fuse Social, actually, but boardroom there, into an AI robotics place. Okay, very innovative, out of box again. And I've been to a conference recently, and this is going to be, I think, a big hit, right? Developing the youth, and I mean, I can talk about this type of things for much longer than
cost?
The cost, it could be anywhere from let's say $100,000 at least, and then we can just scale it up depending how many workstations we need to bring in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Scott.
Just a quick question on the caveat. And it might be before you were there, did your predecessor or your team try to get the caveat off, or did they not do it, or did they meet with some barrier with the province?
That's all speculative. I'm not really sure what happened because, again, it's such a simple process that it just is mind-boggling that this was something, that didn't occur. And to the point to Councillor Boussier's fantastic observation, it should have been done, I think, by the party that's probably more expert at this, rather than putting this onus on a not-for-profit that just didn't have the capacity to carry through such a complexity, right? But again, it's a nothing task, right? In all honesty.
Amanda, I guess you wouldn't have any further insight beyond what was said. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Scott. Councilor Boussier.
I had the same question as Councilor Scott. So you had 10 and a half months you've been there, 11 months?
Yeah, almost.
Okay. Yeah. So you inherited a transaction that had expired?
It's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to congratulate you on the turnaround based on your numbers there. It's significant, so thank you for that. I don't have any questions. If I was going to ask you if you were privy to the conditions that were not met, but Councillor Scott had already asked you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Does Council have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Savick.
Perfect. Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Boussier, Luana.
I move that the request to transfer municipal lands located at 20 and 24 Riddell Street, legally described as Lot 5, Block 11, Plan 0227161 to the Fort McMurray Boys and Girls Club at a nominal value be denied, and that the administration be directed to retain municipal ownership of the subject lands and continue the existing nominal rate lease arrangement.
Thank Councillor Boussier, and thank you for the second, Councillor Weigel. Council, have any comments, discussions, or debate points? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll be supporting the motion as presented. I think as a council, we've talked a lot about downtown revitalization and how we see our downtown. And for us to be able to execute that, it's important that we have control of the land and the assets. So I will be supporting the motion. However, I just do want to commend the hard work of you within the role of the ED. You're doing a fantastic job, and I'm sorry that I can't support the motion as it is, but please know that you are doing wonderful, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Boussier, Lance.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I will not support this. do we have any more information on why this transaction did not happen? Like, is he
That would be
blame on the external lawyer we hire, or like?
from what I heard, and I'll let administration answer this, but from what I heard is that it had nothing to do with our lawyers. It was the Boys and Girls Club. The onus was on them to get the KV and bring the information back. But Amanda, am I correct in making that assumption?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. In the previous motion that was approved, there were a number of conditions that were to be addressed by BGC. The conditions were not addressed, the time lapsed, and we were not in contact with BGC throughout that period. When the new executive director came in the role, we were then reached out and asked about the status. The time had already lapsed, conditions weren't met, and the status was, it doesn't follow the original intention of the motion that was approved. Sorry, we can't transfer the land. And also noting that the lease is still in place for $1, and the services that are being offered through the building have not been impacted by whether or not the land is owned by BGC.
And thank you, Amanda. And I'm not arguing. I guess I'm curious why. Well, it sounds like the lawyer for BCG and maybe the previous ED and the group didn't do their due diligence. But I struggle why we're going to penalize this fellow when his presentation sounds good. Sounds like they're going in the right direction. We don't really need the land. And I don't think this is setting any precedent. I think we've done this in the past, haven't we? Where we've sold land at a nominal fee.
Through the chair to the question, there are scenarios whereby land has been sold or transferred at nominal. There's also examples where nonprofits do own assets on municipal land, such as recreation facilities, educational buildings. We also saw it at Heritage Park. This land is a strategic piece of property that is located in the downtown, and the municipality owns land right next to it. Keeping in mind that Keanu College also owns land right there. And also being mindful that the current lease we have with BGC is for $1. It's a nominal. And the services and the great community impact and benefit that BGC offers our region still retains and is the same as it was prior to. Whether or not this land gets transferred to them or not, they own the building and they continue to deliver services.
Thank you. Okay, I won't support it, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm going to support the motion as it is. For me, the bigger issue is not so much the land. If this was a year down the road or maybe two, and there was stability in the organization, it would have a different feel for me. But with less than a year with the chair and an ED, and no disrespect to the presenter, but an organization that just a year ago, before he got there, was all over social media letting people know that they were going to close because they were financially broke. So it's too risky for me. And I think a period of stability is required. We talked about having conditions around multi-year funding with the organizations that are already in good standing and putting in parameters in place to even consider that. And given what we've dealt with or what the municipality has dealt with in terms of loss of taxpayer money due to poor mismanagement, I think it's a really irresponsible step to take at this point. Also for council to be aware, I'm not sure this is a Pandora's box that should be opened in terms of nonprofit groups coming to ask for space, including me, who did it when I was the executive director. So all of us would like to not pay rent. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and I also will be supporting it based on your comments and Councillor Vardy's. Councillor Boussier?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll still not be supporting it. But I would like a briefing on why this transaction failed. And I guess that's to our CAO. It would be interesting to know what happened and why this deal never materialized, whether the onus was on an external lawyer, and the organization failed to live up to their agreement, or where the ball got dropped, just for future reference. So is that something that can be provided? Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. I will be supporting the motion. And I also will commend our executive director with BGC for a commendable job in bringing this around. I agree with Councillor Luana on the seeing some, stability, but it's also not the municipality's role to add to any organization's balance sheet by adding value to that. And I understand that it gives you other abilities, but at the same time, we're taking an asset that by the Municipal Government Act, we have a requirement to actually sell at market value. If we no longer have a use for land or a property, it is our requirement that we should be selling it at market value as per the MGA. It's nominal fee typically when we're transferring to a school for the purpose of a playground, or if we're transferring land for roads and that sort of thing. So I just think you're absolutely right, Luana, that you're opening a can of worms if you start giving land away. We have a lot of great social profits in town, and I think we will continue to work with the organization and help you be successful because of the work you do and the social well-being of this community. But I'm afraid I just can't support transferring land at nominal fee.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Scott?
Thanks for that. Amanda, I just wondered if you could follow up and speak to that point. A lot of people wouldn't realize about the nominal value and the transfer for what something is actually worth. It might assist if you describe it in those terms.
Sure. Please correct me if I'm getting the question wrong or I'm misunderstanding it. When we talk about a nominal fee, it's $1 typically. The appraised value, we looked into it before we brought this item to council, and the appraised value of that land without the value of the building is $2.38 million in today's dollars. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Sorry. And just follow up on Councillor Allen. So typically governments have an obligation to sell for appraised value. There's a few exceptions that governments make. It sounds like the last council made a pretty big exception.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion as well. I haven't seen any supporting documents shared by the organization. Also, probably, to my indication or any reference from our administration, they weren't invited to sit at any AGM or anything to give this any support. So I won't be supporting. I won't be. I'll be. What am I saying here? I'll be supporting the motion. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just want to provide clarity that some members of council were invited to the AGM. I just wanted to make that the ED did extend an invitation. Thank you for the invitation.
Right, thanks, Councillor Vardy. Does council have any comments, questions, or debate points? I'm not seeing this. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Kasten in favor? Councillor Marcel in favor? That's carried with 9 in favor. Moving on, next we have the report. Oh, he seconded it. He seconded the motion. Actually, it's a good time. Let's have a 15-minute break right now for council. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on the agenda, we're moving on to the report on the Anzac Community Hall status update. I'd like to have Planning Development come up to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development, and with me is Bryn Armstrong, Manager of Land Administration. We are here regarding an outstanding council resolution dating back to September 16, 2019. The resolution directed administration to demolish the Anzac Community Hall, work with the community to determine the scope of a new community hall, and sell the underlying lands to the Anzac Recreation and Social Society for a nominal fee of $1. Since then, the hall was demolished and administration has been working with the society to confirm the scope of the new hall. However, on June 8, 2026, the society formally advised administration that they would not be proceeding with the development of a new community hall or the land transfer. As a result, the circumstances that formed the basis of Council's 2019 direction no longer exist, and therefore administration is recommending that Council rescind the September 16th, 2019 resolution. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Amanda. Does Council have any questions for administration? Not seeing any. Thank you, Amanda. Thanks, Bryn. Do we can delegate this item? Can I have someone make the motion? Kyle? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. I'll move that the September 16th, 2019 resolution regarding the Anzac Community Hall be rescinded. And a comment, that was a brilliant move by a brilliant council of the day. And unfortunately, just no longer needed right now.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you for the second, Councillor Cardinal. Does Council have any other debate, discussion, or comments? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Vandecassi in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have the report on the council-appointed committees, council policy, and council procedure. I'd like to invite Legislative Service to introduce the report. So whenever you're ready.
Good evening, members of council. I'm Jade Brown, Chief Legislative Officer. I'm joined this evening by Heather Ferdine, Manager with Tribunals and Committees. We're here to present the proposed council-appointed committees policy, GOV 070, and the accompanying council procedure for your consideration.
Each year, the municipality recruits volunteers to serve on council-appointed committees, boards, and municipal corporations. The municipality also recognizes individuals who have contributed their time, expertise through this service. The proposed policy and procedure establishes a clear framework for recruiting, selecting, appointing, and recognizing volunteers. The current selection committee policy number LEG-010, approved in 2011, no longer reflects current legislation, governance practices, or council processes. At the time the policy was adopted, appointments were recommended by a selection committee consisting of the mayor and 4 councillors, and that committee also determined volunteer recognition practices. Today, council follows a different approach. Applications are reviewed by council as a whole during a closed session, with appointments confirmed at a public council meeting. Council also determines volunteer recognition in consultation with administration. The proposed policy updates and formalizes these current practices. Importantly, it maintains flexibility. Should council wish to adopt a different approach in the future, a selection committee could still be established through bylaw. The proposed policy and procedure also introduces a skills matrix tool to support council's appointment decision. This tool is intended to promote a transparent, objective, and skills-based selection process and has been adapted from the Government of Alberta model. In addition, the policy and procedure align with recent updates to provincial privacy and information legislation, the policy management framework, updates to council's procedure bylaw, and the proposed committee's bylaw. In closing, the proposed council-appointed committee's policy and accompanying procedure modernizes the municipality's approach to volunteer appointments, aligns with current legislative and governance requirements, and supports a transparent and consistent recruitment process. If approved, the current selection committee policy, LEG-010, would be rescinded. Thank you, and we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for the work you put into this. Council, have any questions? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We had received myself and Councillor Cardinal had received a complaint today about members of a committee who are already on the committee and have to reapply, that they're starting from scratch within the website application. Is there a way that if they are looking to apply for the same committee, they don't have to start from the same point as someone who has never been on a committee before, whether it's through the procedure or if it's through a website design within IT?
Through the chair, that's something that we can definitely take offline and look into for the future. What I would suggest is in the implementation of this proposed policy, if it's approved by council tonight, and the proposed skills matrix and competencies approach, we will need to reset the foundation for those applications. So this year will look a little bit different as what it has in the past, just based on that process. But we could definitely look at taking that offline to consider what our options are for the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. Just wondering if council has ever done blind scoring.
Through the chair, we went back through our history of what we have available record keeping wise, and I don't see a time where there's been blind scoring.
Do you know a reason why? Just hasn't been done?
I don't believe it was ever put into practice from like a competencies-based approach. This looks to be the first based on our history with committee appointments, and we've even engaged, of course, Anita from our team.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of history.
Yeah.
So we believe that this is the first true skills matrix approach that we're looking at. In the past, what we've done is, as Heather mentioned, there's previously been selection committees, so a few council members get together, established by bylaw. They would sit, review applications. They would look to see what skills are missing, but that's based on feedback you get from the committees themselves.
So
not necessarily based on a matrix approach.
The upcoming process will be people from your team or from within, score them based on the skills matrix. That's not blind, that is blind, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then it comes to us with names on it. I think it should come to us blind. Unpopular opinion, I know.
Good. Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
What?
I said you done? Thanks for the presentation. Can we have, if one applicant is approved on the committee and they apply to be on another committee, can we just move that forward? Because I think one of the issues was that you always have to keep on going back with the police, what's the CPIC? The CPIC, I think it was, right? Wasn't that a issue? Or anyways, if one person applies for the committee, they have to do the same thing over for each application, right? So if one person applies for a committee and the data is already there, I mean, Jen or Councillor Vardy had already confirmed that, why not just use the same one and it goes, rather than that person having to do, like they said today in one of our homelessness meetings, was that it feels like they're doing a resume all over again because they got to do the whole thing again. So why don't we just bump it in there and just say, yes, can we do that?
Through the chair, we have been talking about that as a team as we move into this next recruitment cycle to consider what we can and can't do. We're also having an upcoming meeting with our eScribe. So the same software that you all use for your electronic voting is the same platform that manages our board appointments and our record keeping for our board manager. So we are having some conversations with them to look at synergizing that for efficiencies. It's really about the end user, and we want to make it as easy as possible for them.
And do we have a database that stores that? No way. Do we? Okay.
That's through the eScribe software.
No, I'm talking about since we've had the committees, all the people. Oh, we do? Okay.
It's the same platform. So we have it all.
Should be easy then. If we change it. Hopefully. Okay.
We're hoping.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Thanks for the presentation.
I appreciate the feedback.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Jade. I probably know the answer. There's not a limit on how many committees an individual can sit on, assuming outside of conflicting dates or meeting dates?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that is correct.
Is it something that we should do? Like if I apply for 6 boards and all of council likes me, which would never happen, I might get on 6 boards. Is that fair though? Well, I'm not popular, but.
Through the chair, when we did look at some of our benchmarking to review and update our whole committee's program as part of this review work, we did look at terms of appointments, consecutive appointments, if you need to take a break, just to see where we fit. I don't recall, and I know Heather doesn't recall anything sticking out on that point. It's something we could definitely take back and look at. Our intention with this is to continue to review our programming and these policies and procedures and update them yearly if we need to.
Okay.
So we can take that away.
Yeah, I don't know. And Jade, to the chair, Jade, one last question is, do we have a policy when it comes to how we recognize? Like I know there's a gift. Do all committees take their committee, or do all committees go for supper at Christmas time, or?
Through the chair, it depends on departmentally how the committees are supported. That's again how we're looking at streamlining things and creating some efficiencies. It's not set out specifically in your policy, although it says that the form of recognition is based on conversation between council. Like council decides with administration the form of recognition. Up until this point, it has been individual committees, if they wish to go out for a holiday dinner or appreciation dinner, and then a collective appreciation gift that we would manage through our office and provide. We conducted a survey after this last round of recognition to get some feedback. We provided some feedback to you all based on the survey results with a recommendation to proceed with an experience, like an event, a recognition event. Most survey respondents indicated that they want to volunteer. It's not about receiving a gift in the end. They would like some meaningful interaction with council.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Does council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jade. Thanks. And we do not have any delegates this item. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Boussier?
I want to propose that they redact the names, but I don't know which part, if it's under attachment that I amend, or how do I do that?
Just be 1 second there.
Well, that's what I'm about to do.
Councillor Boussier, you can make that a supplementary motion just the way you said it. So are you making this motion?
Sure.
Okay.
That the council appointed committees, council policy GOV-070 as outlined in attachment 1 be approved, and that the council appointed committees, council procedure Gov 070.1 as outlined in attachment 2 be approved.
Thank Councillor Bussier and thank Councillor Allen for the second. Council, any debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Cardinal?
Okay, just for clarity, supplementary motion is going to come after the approval. That gets confusing. I just feel that it gets the way that works.
After you vote on this, then there'll
Yeah,
be
I know.
supplementary motion made to be a different.
Just because of what happened with Versailles, and now
That was completely different
I
because
know.
it was a, yeah.
Okay, no, I appreciate the work being done, and I will support the motion as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Does Council have any other comments, debate points, or discussion? Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Van de Castian and Councillor Marcel. In favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Councillor Bussier? Oh, she's drafting it for you right now. Just be a second. Oh, we're almost done. Go ahead, Councillor Bussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that administration be directed to redact names of applicants when bringing forward recommendations to council for consideration as part of the recruitment process.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier, and thank you, Councillor Vardy, for the second. Councillor Bussier, do you want to speak to that motion? Or that supplementary motion?
Yeah, just very quickly. I've only had one experience with how we chose applicants, and I think it would be more skills-based and more really transparent by redacting kind of thing. Like, I think it's more equitable to do it that way than it being who you know.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. And I do agree with you. The only reservation I have is, as the other Councillor Bussier, what he had mentioned is that there's no limit of how many committees you could be on. So if you had really good application, we wouldn't know that that person will be on X number of committees. If the names are redacted, we're only dealing with their application. So we'd have to figure a way to make sure, give them a color, something, but I just think that that's what I see being an issue. If someone's really good at writing an application, they could end up on every committee, and we're going to have an issue there. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, one of the concerns I would share is you want to know who is being selected for what. Individual councillors, and I had this experience when I was mayor, might have information that's not obvious on an application that might weigh in on the decision for choosing a person for one committee or another. I can think of lots of possibilities, but just leave it to your imagination. There's plenty of reasons that you might not want somebody in a certain position that might not be obvious from their application. So I would just encourage caution in supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I think it's a great idea. I'll be supporting the motion. Just a question for administration. When we see it laid out, there's also an area of equity inclusion. If this is a person of color, a person with disability, the way that this is written, will we still be able to see if this is a person, an equity deserving group? If it's based on skill matrix alone, and we talked about disenfranchised communities, I just want to make sure that we are being equitable.
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, we are currently working on the on the actual matrix. We do have approximately 5 to 6 skills per matrix for depending on the committee. Reside might be one where we would look to see what the equity deserving groups may be as a skill or a competency. But right now we haven't quite determined if we will be including that. It's definitely something we could consider if council wants to go that way.
Okay. Yeah, so if this passes, I think that's a really important piece. This is to make sure that we're being equitable across. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, I love the idea because I think post-council career, that'd be the only way I'd get on a committee. But
you're on this one.
But I also have the same concerns as Mr. Scott. Like, yeah, how do you get that information to the selection committee or council? Like, how much information is there going to be enough information you can figure out who the person is anyways? Or like, I guess that would be the struggle, Jade. Like, I like, how do we answer Councillor Scott's question?
Through the chair, we could consider doing a little bit of a twofold situation this year to test it out, see what works. We'll bring forward the blind, like applicant A, B, C, however we do our categorizing. You can see that. You'll see based on where the scores lie, who it is, and then we can basically unhide that column and share the names with you as like that twofold after you've talked about where the scores lie and the rank from highest to lowest based on those competencies. So it's a little bit of both, maybe, to test it out.
It becomes a giant game of guess who. Yeah, no, I love the idea. Not because Luana brought it forward. I just think it would be something different. Because I think, to be honest, I think there's times where maybe a buddy gets on just because he's a buddy or something, right? So it would be interesting to see how this worked out with this motion if we decide to proceed. So I'll support it and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Allen?
Well, I was going to start off by saying absolutely not. I mean, the new policy looks very similar to how it's been for how it was for years ago. I remember 2010 on, we were, but I just, going blind, I've just seen so many different situations where that could be harmful to our committee's health. And, but when you bring that up, Jade, perhaps that's not a bad idea if we did skills competencies first, but then before we actually finalize the selection process, I'd want to know who they are. And it's just to avoid those challenges that we could and have had in the past. So yeah, I could support it if that is the motion, to do it blind, starting blind and then a final selection. Yeah.
It's fine the way it is. It's fine the way it is.
Through the chair, if council's comfortable with it, the motion as it's written is okay to give us the instructions to come forward and have that initial conversation with you all, blind, not showing the names, understanding that we'll move to a place where we'll show the names before we get to that final approval.
Exactly. It can be changed anytime. Councillor Cardinal, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if, no offense to our staff, but I really don't think that Jade needs to be saying and try to persuade councillors that it's a good idea, right? Councillors are the ones to be voting. I don't think that Jade, no offense, Jade, that Jade shouldn't be saying, oh, well, this is a good idea and it's going to work, because that's going to persuade a vote of council. I just wanted to mention that. I won't be supporting the motion as it is, because I'd like to, just like a resume, I'd like to see whose name it is that's on there, and every resume that, comes in and that's presented to a company or us as council, we get to see how who the person is, what all the stuff that they're doing, but also in past committees applications, we haven't favored people just because of their name. Right, we've denied people just even though their name was on there, and gave others a chance. And I feel that if we just keep it the same and move on with this, I think it was working the way that it was before. I don't know why all of a sudden we got to create more work for our administration. I think that it's good the way it is, and let's just keep it the way it is instead of rather trying to mix things up all the time. And it's working. Make it work. Let's keep it the way it is, and let's move on. So I just wanted to actually say those, and there's nothing wrong with our committees and the way that it's going right now.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. And your point about CLO, Councillor asked her if it could be done. It wasn't her opinion. They asked her if it could be done like that. It wasn't her opinion. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I was just going to reemphasize that, and maybe Jade can speak to this. Jade, how can you, or can you, maybe I'll say it that way, can you, with absolute certainty, vet out any racists or people with criminal backgrounds, those kind of things, when it's required?
Could you repeat that question? Sorry.
Yeah. Can you vet out through the application process any racists or people with criminal backgrounds?
Through the chair, no.
Right. So some of you, this council, might be familiar with folks from your own interactions or from the interactions of others. So the more information you have, the better your decision's going to be. And now it's true, you can make a blind decision, then go back and redo it. But I still don't, how's that any advantage over just making a decision with proper information to begin with? So anyway, just food for thought, everybody. I can't support a situation where I would ever waste time, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just want to remind my council colleagues of the vexatious policy that we approved 2 months ago that states that administration is able to have and encouraged to have recommendations for any council motions. So just a reminder that it is very appropriate, and we also approved it to be appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Does council have any other comments, discussion topics, debate? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Van de Castian, Councillor Marcel. Councillor Marcel in favor, Councillor Van de Castian in favor. And that's carried with 7 in favor, and that brings us to the end of yesterday's meeting. Sadly. Next, we have a report on the off-highway vehicle pilot project, new location. I'd like to invite Public Works to introduce the report.
Good to go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Keith Smith. I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. With me, I have Kelly Coburn, Manager of Parks and Roads, as well as Aaron Anderson, Manager of Bylaw Services. On April 14th, Council passed a motion to explore a new OHV pilot project. Specifically, administration was directed to engage with the Wood Buffalo Riders Association and other stakeholders to help develop this pilot. We were also asked to identify potential neighborhoods and locations on both the north and south sides of Fort McMurray where a pilot could be considered. Finally, administration was to return to council before summer recess with recommendations, including a public engagement and communications plan. Today's presentation provides an update on the work completed in response to that motion and outlines the recommended next steps. On April 28, 2026, Council approved the Yabassan OHV pilot project, making it a permanent designated OHV route. The experience gained through this pilot has provided valuable operational and community feedback that is helping inform the development of future OHV opportunities. In response to Council's April 14 direction, key players from the multidisciplinary working group used to establish the Avisan OHV project were reconnected. Consultation with Fort McMurray Recreational Riders Association has been an important part of this process. Administration met with the association during a site visit in February to discuss opportunities and constraints. The purpose of this project is to evaluate opportunities for a new off-highway vehicle pilot project within the urban service area. Engagement will include the Wood Buffalo Riders Association, local residents, community organizations, emergency services, municipal enforcement, the province, and other key stakeholders. Feedback from the engagement process will help refine the proposed routes, operating conditions, and safety requirements, and inform recommendations to Council, including a public engagement and communication strategy to support its implementation. Potential pilot locations were evaluated using a consistent set of criteria to ensure each site is safe, practical, and sustainable. Consideration was given to where OHVs are already being used, connectivity to existing trail networks, and whether the surrounding road network could safely accommodate OHV travel. The assessment also considered traffic safety, environmental constraints, existing and future land dispositions, plan development, and provincial approval requirements. Applying these criteria helped identify locations that best balance recreational opportunities with public safety, environmental stewardship, and future growth. Based on the evaluation criteria, several preliminary pilot areas have been identified for further review. On the north side, the recommended areas include Parsons Creek North, the Timberlea corridor between Cree Road and Prospect Drive, and Wood Buffalo. On the south, waterways have been identified as a potential pilot area. These preliminary locations will be refined through stakeholder and public engagement before recommendations are presented to Council. While building on the success of the Absan pilot, each area has unique considerations, including direct access, no staging area, environmental sensitivities such as wetlands, and the opportunity to evaluate OHV use in more densely populated neighborhoods. Parsons Creek North is being considered because of its close proximity to established recreational trail networks, providing riders with direct access to existing trails. As part of the evaluation, several conditions or considerations have been identified that would need to be addressed before implementation. Traffic management requirements, ensuring safe interactions between OHVs and cyclists, reviewing provincial land dispositions, confirming compatibility with future development. These factors will be further assessed through stakeholder and public engagement before any recommendations are brought forward to Council. The proposed area for Parsons Creek North is shown here and will not include provincial roadways. Included is the section of roadways here in green. So green is the provincial that will not be included. All areas proposed are south of 686, which is the trail access shown here in red. Timberlea. The Cree Road to Prospect Drive corridor enhances north side connectivity in Timberlea by leveraging existing recreational trail networks and providing improved connections that support both recreation. This is a more complex operating environment than other options due to multiple signalized intersections and highly congested roadways. Traffic management will require careful planning to safely integrate OHV traffic with existing vehicle movements. Additional signage will be needed to create the larger road network to clearly define OHV routes. Provincial land disposition requirements will need to be reviewed and addressed as the project advances. The corridor should remain compatible with future development plans in the area. Appropriate speed controls and other safety measures will essentially have to support safe operation for all road and trail users. The proposed area for Timberlea Cree Road to Prospect Drive corridor, as shown here, is planned to enter the trail network via the Cartier Road, shown here in red, which is adjacent to SAP. This area includes multiple municipal roads north of Confederation Way, excluding Confederation Way. Wood Buffalo. The Wood Buffalo area builds on existing recreational use and offers the potential to enhance trail network connectivity and recreational access. Environmental impacts will need to be carefully assessed and mitigated through planning process. Provincial review will be required before the corridor can proceed. Based on the feedback from trail users, this corridor is primarily used during the winter when frozen wetland conditions improve access. The proposed access for Wood Buffalo, as shown here, is planned to enter the trail network via Real Martin Drive, as shown here in red, and this is just before you go down the hill to the golf course. Waterways builds on historic recreational use, enhances connectivity, and provides a potential southern pilot location to complement northern options. Existing road geometry presents design and operational challenges that will require careful safety assessments and route planning. The corridor must remain compatible with existing land uses and surrounding activities. Future infrastructure may be needed for continued OHV usage. The proposed area for waterways is shown here as planned to enter the trail network via the old Draper Road access as shown here in red. A provincial review is underway to ensure alignment with land dispositions, future development plans, Crown land management objectives, existing and planned trail designations, environmental requirements, and applicable legislation and regulations. This step was completed prior to the Abisan pilot starting, as it would have been included in the staging area construction. Final route recommendations will be subject to provincial feedback and approvals where required. Future expansion opportunities. While 4 preliminary areas have been identified, additional locations throughout the USA continue to be reviewed to ensure the same evaluation criteria are applied, consistency, and the resident feedback is considered throughout the assessment process. Phase 1 identifies areas that could move forward, consideration using the Abisan OHV bylaw as a guiding document. During the initial assessment, these areas do not require major engineering measures such as trail construction to align with connectivity. Instead, they focus on trail relocation to connect to existing roadways, assessment of existing infrastructure, proposed maintenance enhancements, smaller vehicles at high volume intersections. Future phases. Future expansion opportunities. Additional pilot areas and corridors may be considered in future phases. Pilot project outcomes include evaluating safety and traffic interactions, community feedback, provincial approvals, operational feasibility, safety performance, demand and use, and this phase approach allows time to evaluate impacts and refine the program for broader implementation. Public engagement opportunities will be promoted through a designated online project page, supported by social media, paid advertising, and other advertising tactics as required to reach residents and stakeholders effectively. Engagement activities may include online surveys, targeted neighbor workshops, information session or open houses, and one-on-one stakeholder meetings. The proposed timeline. The proposed timeline includes stakeholder and public engagement, which is planned for fall of 2026. The provincial review is ongoing. We're discussing it with the province as we speak. Route refinement based on feedback. Initial route planning will be completed with the internal teams with feedback from engagement, including in Q4. Development of final recommendations will be compiled and presented in Q1 of 2027. Potential pilot implementation, if approved, may be varying timelines, as some areas may be more complex than others. More information is required regarding potential approvals before timelines can be presented at this time. Thank you, and myself and Aaron and Kelly can answer any questions you may have.
Perfect. Thank you, Keith. Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Aaron. And thanks for all the work you guys put into this, because I know it was a lot of moving around to see where it was accessible for OHVs in the urban area. Only a couple of questions. One, was Beacon Hill considered in any of this, or is it?
Through the chair to the mayor, Beacon Hill was definitely considered. It's on the list. At this point in time, it didn't make the 4 because it's surrounded by Horse Creek, I do believe it is. And that's a confinement. So at this point in time, when they do leave that area, they're confined by the river. We do not have the approval through the province. And in order to cross that river, we may need some infrastructure. So at this point in time, it was looked at, but it will be in later phases.
Perfect. Yeah. And the other question I have is, just if anything with the province, let me know what's going on, and we can help advocate as council to kind of push things across the line if we can.
Through the chair to the mayor, I appreciate that immensely. I see with this 2 things. Resident feedback is crucial, but also at the same time, whenever we leave these areas, we go into provincial land. So the review that they do is instrumental.
Yeah, perfect. And thank you. Councillor Cardinal?
I'm curious as to the downtown. Is that some of the downtown, was that considered at all?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, is the same as Beacon Hill. It's in the list, I believe it's 15 to 18, but at this point in time, we decided to go with these 4 because there's less constraints. As you can appreciate, Franklin is heavily used. It's high speed, and there's also a lot of intersections, so it would be too complex at this point in time. Now, when we go to Cree SAP, we're going to go into an area where there will be signals, and we will get learnings from that pilot that we can apply downtown. In Abisan, there is no signals, so we don't really know how it's going to interact. So again, we'll take the learnings from Abisan, apply it up here. Once we get the learnings from Timberlea, from Parsons Creek, and then we can move it elsewhere.
Signals mean traffic lights?
Traffic lights,
Okay.
sorry about that, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just curious because it would be a public road, right? Just like, don't matter if there's traffic lights or not, it's still a public road. I'm just trying to see how we can make it all work for all residents, right?
I agree, and that's the future phases. Sorry, through the chair. I think downtown we have to consider that there is staging areas, so there is opportunities for people to go to staging areas, whereas in this area there's really no staging areas, so we're going to test that out. Again, we'll take those learnings and apply it downtown in future phases.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Bussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, so from now till Q1 of 2027, is that the beginning of Q1 or the end?
Oh, sorry?
Ish, I said.
Yeah.
Like,
Are you asking?
yeah, I am asking.
We put it as Q1. Obviously, if we can get the due diligence done, we get the engagement done, and we get the thumbs up from the province, then we will be back sooner than later, because we want to get this pilot moving and keep the momentum going.
So I want to make sure I understand from your presentation, is what's left the communication and engagement piece and then the provincial approval?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, what we need to do is take the time to do the engagement, get the resident feedback. As you can appreciate, each neighborhood is different. But again, is the provincial review. We'll take some time, and when we get that back, that could really dictate where we move forward. 2 months down the road, the province might say, you know what, SAP doesn't work because environmental sensitivity, there's some, rare toad in the area that we don't want any OHVs to be involved in. And then when we come back in the beginning of Q1, we could say, okay, we can go forward with these 3, we can't go forward with this one because of this input. And maybe at that point in time, we could say, pull one from the other list and say, as we're implementing these, we could do more due diligence in this one.
So when Mayor Bowman brought this forward, it was my understanding that when you came back, it would be with a comprehensive communications plan, like that we would get that tonight and know when every area was going to be engaged. Matthew, can you, I don't know if this is putting you on the spot, Matthew, but like, it's not going to stop me from asking, correct. It was my understanding from different meetings that we've had that, you can just stay there, Matthew. Okay, or sit there. That we funded 2 extra positions in the budget, so we would have a robust communications and engagement department. We talked about that at budget. We supported that so that engagement and communications could move along at a healthy pace, and not actually, the term was take 6 months to do an engagement, and we're taking 6 months to do an engagement. Has the capacity of that department, since getting 2 new positions, in fact met the unmet need that was identified back during budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Lumon, and just for the record, my name is Matthew Harrison, Chief of Staff. Well, that's an excellent question, but I think there's a few factors to take into consideration. One, there still is the environmental work that's occurring. There's also several engagements that we're already undertaking. So if you'll recall, from our council meeting in May, there were a number of engagements that were brought forward that were running through the summer and into the fall. So I would say that we're fine capacity-wise. I think you'll probably find with the timing for the fall that there will be better engagement. And I recognize, as Keith has acknowledged, that is a bit of a longer timeline than maybe was originally expected. But there still are some T's to be crossed and I's to be dotted with some of the environmental work, and just ensuring the timing is well so that we can have all the necessary neighborhood engagements. It's also a little bit different, I would say, from the Abasand OHV pilot, because that was one area that was being engaged on, whereas we're going to be looking at 4 here. So there is a lot of work, but I still feel that we are at good capacity right now.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not suggesting that you have a bunch of unused capacity, but for transparency for the citizens, for our flow of work and your flow of work to the CAO, this motion clearly stated that admin would be back with a comprehensive public engagement and communications plan. So I say this because I've had a number of conversations with OHV users and emails, and I've referenced this saying, it's okay, we'll know what's going on. You may be ripping around by December. Because what I had learned from the last one was at that point, it moves along. We've got all the legwork, Mr. Smith said before, we've got all of this other stuff done. So I guess just not to be difficult about it, but for us in our path of work, like we need to be diligent, and then we also need to be mindful that when Sandy brought this up in May, if this wasn't doable, we shouldn't have this in a motion. Like, it shouldn't be setting us up to represent the citizens either if it's not doable. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wana. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Keith, when you were answering the mayor's question there, you'd referenced potential infrastructure across the horse. Are you suggesting or implying that that would be municipal-built infrastructure? If that were to go ahead and everything, all the dots and T's are crossed and everything lined up with the province?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Castian. At this point in time, I'm not. However, when we do further due diligence in that area, we will work with the province, we will work with council, and we will work with the association. I see it right now as more of an association-driven work, but at this point in time, we don't have that in place, in which we do have the crossing, how it can be crossed, and what to use to cross it.
Okay. And then just kind of an add-on to that, where is there consideration for Prairie Creek and Gregoire? I don't believe they have the same river issues as far as access goes.
Through the chair to the question, at this point in time, Gregoire is on the list, but we didn't move forward with it at this point because most of it is private property, condo owned.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Castian. Does Council have any other questions for administration? Councillor Cardinal?
I don't know if this would be bylaw or the RCMP, but if the RCMP stopped somebody and they had their driver's license on the roadway and everybody had their proper papers, so in a different area that's not approved yet, but we've obviously approved Abasan, would that get them in trouble at all in any way?
Through the chair to the question, yes, they could potentially be a problem because they're riding in an unauthorized area to be ridden. So it's outside of the approved OHV pilot project or any sort of bylaw that we have, because the urban service area bylaw kicks in where you're not able to operate an OHV on a roadway or any highway.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does Council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, everybody. We have no delegates to this item. Can someone make this motion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move that administration proceed with public engagement and route refinement for the identified pilot areas of Parsons Creek North, Timberley, which is Cree Road to Prospect Drive corridor, Wood Buffalo neighborhood, and waterways, and that administration return to council in the first quarter of 2027 with a final recommendation on the proposed off-highway vehicle, or OHV, pilot project areas, including public feedback and any associated operational or budget considerations.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Brandt, for the seconds. Council, have any debate, discussion, or comments? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Marcel and Councillor Van de Castine in favor. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, I'd like to invite Corporate Services and Indigenous Rural Relations to introduce a report on the Indigenous Procurement Policy, FIN 290, and Revised Procurement Policy, FIN 190.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Before we have the presentation, under section 172.1 of the MGA, I want to declare that I have a perceived conflict of interest due to a number of private interests that may impact my employer and private interests of my family. I ask the clerk to record that I am abstaining and my departure from chambers, please.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you for that. On the advice of independent legal counsel, I have been advised I may participate in this next hearing, just to update council.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Whenever you guys are ready, Rachel and Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser, Acting Chief Financial Officer, and with me this evening is Dennis Fraser, Director of Indigenous and Rural Relations. We are here this evening to present to Council on the proposed Indigenous procurement policy and the proposed revisions to our procurement policy. Before I provide an in-depth presentation, I would like to provide Dennis an opportunity to speak to how this work ties to the broader work of Indigenous and Rural Relations.
Thank you, Rachel. Before we get into the operational updates, I want to take a moment to ground this into a bigger picture. We live in a region where Indigenous peoples are foundational to who we are. 12 nations and Métis communities within our borders. Council committed to Call to Action 92 in 2021, and this procurement strategy is one of the clearest ways we can live up to that commitment. This isn't about giving anyone an edge. It's about removing the structural disadvantages that were never meant to be there in the first place. It's time to move from engagement to meaningful inclusion, and that's what this strategy will allow us to do. This strategy reflects years of collaboration, listening, and learning. Indigenous voices have been at the table from day one, and that's what makes this meaningful. And something we can stand behind. What we're presenting today moves us from words to action. It's practical, grounded, and built with input from the people it impacts the most. It shows that reconciliation isn't just a value we talk about. It's something we're working into our system and our decisions. I'll now pass it back to Rachel to walk us through some of the updates and how we're putting this into action.
Thank you, Dennis. I'd like to start by discussing why Indigenous procurement matters. Indigenous procurement is more than a purchasing practice. It's a tangible way for the municipality to advance economic reconciliation and strengthen relationships with Indigenous communities across our region and beyond. By intentionally creating opportunities for Indigenous businesses to participate in municipal procurement, we help ensure that economic benefits generated in our region are shared more broadly and equitably. This aligns with our commitment to reconciliation through meaningful economic participation. Increasing the participation of Indigenous businesses in our procurement processes helps remove barriers and create opportunities for qualified Indigenous businesses to compete and to grow. This ensures the municipality has access to a broader supplier base while fostering inclusive economic growth. Finally, Indigenous procurement supports the ongoing development and capacity building of Indigenous businesses. consistent access to procurement opportunities, allows businesses to gain experience, expand operations, create employment opportunities within the communities, and build long-term economic sustainability. Ultimately, Indigenous procurement is about leveraging the municipality's purchasing power to create lasting economic benefits, strengthening partnerships, and contribute to shared prosperity across our region. The municipality started this strategy development or framework, which eventually informed this policy proposed tonight in 2021 of July. This was based on a council direction where administration was to develop an Indigenous procurement policy in consultation with Northeastern Alberta Aboriginal Business Association and Indigenous businesses. Initially, we were to come back to council with this in Q1 of 2022. In response to this motion, administration conducted engagement sessions in late 2021, and feedback showed that there was strong support for creating a regional procurement strategy to increase opportunities for Indigenous businesses. As a result of this early engagement, a dedicated working group was established to guide the development of the Indigenous procurement framework, which informed the development of the policy. The working group include representatives from Indigenous community-owned businesses or social entities, as well as NABA. Their participation and shared Indigenous perspectives and business realities were considered in the framework development. The process was intentionally collaborative. Rather than developing the program in isolation, administration worked alongside the working group members to understand opportunities and explore practical ways to increase Indigenous participation within our municipal procurement framework. The working group also reviewed Indigenous procurement programs implemented by other public sector organizations across Canada. This helped identify leading practices, lessons learned, and successful approaches that could be adapted into the municipality's unique regional context. Through ongoing discussion, members shared feedback, experience, and insight from similar programs and procurement tactics. These conversations helped to shape the strategy in both a meaningful and achievable way. The result is the strategy and ultimately this proposed policy, which was built on partnership, informed by Indigenous business leaders, and grounded in proven practices from other jurisdictions. This collaborative foundation will help support the successful implementation and long-term outcomes for Indigenous businesses, communities, and the municipality. The proposed Indigenous procurement policy, FIN 290, formalizes the municipality's commitment to Indigenous procurement and establishes a clear direction for how we will incorporate Indigenous participation into our purchasing practices. This policy results from the framework that was collaboratively developed, and it translates the work from the working group into a formal municipal commitment and provides the foundation for our implementation. At its core, the policy is intended to reduce the barriers that Indigenous businesses may face when accessing procurement opportunities and to support the continued growth and capacity building of Indigenous businesses. By creating more accessible pathways to participate in municipal procurement, the municipality can help increase Indigenous business involvement in the local economy and beyond. The policy also represents a meaningful step towards advancing economic reconciliation. It strengthens relationships with Indigenous people by moving beyond engagement to tangible economic action and creates opportunities for shared prosperity across the region. In addition, the policy supports inclusive regional growth. By increasing the participation of Indigenous businesses, the municipality can foster a stronger, more diverse, and more resilient local supplier network. It's important to note that this work aligns with Council's strategic governance plan, as it supports the objective of improving economic development and competitiveness by expanding our opportunities for local Indigenous businesses while also strengthening intergovernmental and nation-to-nation relationships through meaningful collaboration and partnership. Ultimately, this policy establishes Indigenous procurement as a strategic business practice that supports reconciliation, economic development, and stronger relationships throughout the region. The proposed updates to the procurement policy, FIN 190, are an important part of ensuring that Indigenous procurement becomes embedded within the municipality's overall procurement framework. Rather than operating as separate or standalone initiatives, FIN 190 integrates the principles and requirements of the Indigenous procurement policy, or FIN 290, into the municipality's existing procurement processes and governance structure. This helps to ensure Indigenous procurement is considered as part of regular procurement planning, sourcing, evaluation, and awarding activities. Embedding FIN 290 within the broader procurement policy and framework also creates consistency and accountability. It provides administration with a clear framework for applying Indigenous procurement practices. And by incorporating the Indigenous procurement into our established procurement processes, the municipality can move from commitment to implementation, ensuring that Indigenous participation becomes a sustainable and ongoing component of how we do business. The proposed revisions to this procurement policy also support key priorities within Council's strategic governance plan. Again, it contributes to the economic development and competitiveness by creating greater opportunity for Indigenous businesses to participate in our contracting activities. And at the same time, it helps to strengthen intergovernmental and nation-to-nation relationships. Together, FIN 190 and FIN 290 create a comprehensive framework that integrates Indigenous procurement into the municipality's governance and procurement practices, supporting long-term economic and relationship building outcomes. Should Council approve these policies, it would establish a clear municipal-wide direction and formally demonstrate the municipality's commitment to increasing Indigenous business participation within our procurement opportunities. It moves Indigenous procurement from an informal consideration to an embedded component within our procurement processes, ensures Indigenous participation is considered through procurement planning, solicitation, development, evaluations, and contract award. Approval also provides administration with the authority to implement the tools, the guidance, the procedures, and the communications needed to support a consistent application of this framework across the organization. This creates a strong governance framework, providing clarity to staff, suppliers, and Indigenous communities regarding the municipality's expectations and objectives. Ultimately, should Council approve this, we would have the foundation laid for a more inclusive procurement approach that supports economic reconciliation while maintaining fair, transparent, and competitive procurement practices. Administration is well positioned to implement this framework should Council approve the policies. The necessary supporting procedures and internal guideline materials have already been developed and are ready for staff use. Key procurement processes have been updated to integrate Indigenous procurement considerations throughout the procurement lifecycle, commencing with the planning. This work will ensure a consistent and practical approach across the organization. Administration will also continue engaging directly with Indigenous communities and businesses through outreach sessions and information session opportunities. These sessions serve two important purposes. They help to build awareness and understanding of the policy and framework, and they provide the municipality with a better understanding of the Indigenous supplier community and the goods and services that are available locally and within our region. Collectively, this implementation support positions the municipality to effectively put the policy into place and achieve its intended outcomes from the beginning. Administration is bringing forth two recommendations for Council's consideration. First, the Council approve the Indigenous Procurement Council Policy FIN 290 as outlined in Attachment 1. Administration recommends approval of this policy as it establishes council-level direction and formal governance for advancing the participation of Indigenous businesses in the municipal procurement functions. Second, that Council approve the revised Procurement Council FIN 190 as was outlined in Attachment 2 of the agenda package. Administration recommends approval of this policy as it formally integrates economic reconciliation and Indigenous procurement into the municipality's existing procurement framework. This is important as rather than being treated as a standalone initiative, Indigenous procurement considerations will be incorporated directly into our standard procurement planning and decision-making processes. Before concluding, I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the working group. The framework and the policy being presented today are the result of a significant collaboration, thoughtful discussion, and a shared commitment to advancing meaningful Indigenous participation in municipal procurement. The working group brought valuable expertise and a genuine dedication to ensuring that this work was both practical and aligned with the principles of relationship building and economic reconciliation. Their contribution helped shape the framework from its earliest stage through to the policy development, engagement activities, and implementation planning. The time, effort, and insight that they have provided has been instrumental in bringing forth these policies. On behalf of administration, I would like to extend our heartfelt thank you to each working group member for their commitment, partnership, and leadership throughout this process. With Council's consideration and support, we have an opportunity to build on this strong foundation and take a meaningful step towards strengthening relationships and advancing economic reconciliation. Thank you. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Dennis. And following this, first question is, following this, it also supports local, but does it still follow, we're still bound by provincial, federal, and international trade agreements? Are we still abiding by those with these two changes?
Through the chair to the chair, yes. There is the ability within the trade agreements that we're party to have such a policy in place.
Perfect. Great. Councillor Van de Castian?
Thanks, Mayor. Rachel, with local businesses and with Indigenous businesses, our area, well, anywhere, the sales cycle is extremely important between inventory levels, crew availability, and labor. And historically, the municipality's sales cycle has been long. Is there anything within this policy that addresses that and brings our tendering and procurement timelines to the realities of local business?
Through the chair to the question, within these policies, no, there is not. However, as part of a 2026 goal that has been set, we're going to be looking at how to reduce our procurement cycle times from start to finish.
Is that a goal that's 2026, so you're expecting to have some kind of a process or change ready for implementation by the end of this year? Would that be a fair question, statement?
Through the chair to the question, we're always looking for ways to enhance the process and to look at opportunities of where there may be delays or causing delays within the overall process. So while it's always an ambition, this year we made it a formal goal. As we realize opportunities, they will be implemented into the process as the opportunity arises and is identified.
Okay. I guess just a question / comment to CAO. Given what Rachel said, is there something that you can perhaps do to more formalize that goal and review that, have something back to us, or have something formalized at least within policy, not necessarily back to council? I don't think we need to see it by the end of this year. So I think no disrespect to Rachel and her team's work, but that seemed like a fairly soft goal, and our policies and our businesses, our communities really with our projects and everything deserve something a lot harder than that. And this policy to support Indigenous procurement is meaningless if our sales cycles end up precluding them from gaining this work.
Through the chair to the question, there's a couple of things that we're undertaking, and I'd like to first, one of the other things that we're doing is we're more proactively going to be working with our client departments on planning and ensuring that we're having regular reviews on what we plan to do and where we think that that's going. So that will continuously allow us collectively within the supply chain or procurement function to be aware of when things are shifting and when things are coming. The other thing, though, I wanted to talk about with regard to timelines and looking for the opportunities, we have 3 significant streams or types of procurements that we undertake, and each of them have varying lengths of time given the some of them it's the complexity of the type of buy and the amount of time it has to be on the market, whereas others you have to spend more time evaluating, and it's just the type of procurement that's undertaken. So each of those streams are going to be continuously looked at. It's difficult because of those three different streams and the types of different activities that have to be undertaken, depending on the type of solicitation that's being undertaken, to put that into a policy. But it's certainly something that we can take away and look to see how we can more formalize it in some form of document.
Just through the chair to the question, in addition, in the spirit of truth and reconciliation and economic reconciliation, I think one of the things we wanted to undertake was, this has been on the books since 21, and we needed a start point, and we needed to introduce a policy that starts to set the mark in this region in particular. And I think what we're presenting and putting in front of council tonight is a start point. And so to progress activities and the pace of play with regards to procurement activities in the Indigenous space, this is our start point. So what I can commit tonight is that we're going to launch from here to start to move things and the pace of play, in particular in the Indigenous procurement space.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Then Councillor Van de Castian, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I know we've had discussions with you prior to this. I guess my first question would be, do we have a scheduled policy review for the procurement? For the procurement policy, Fin 290, yeah.
Through the chair to the question, I'm not aware of, it's not written in here, but I believe historically, and perhaps RCLL can jump in if I'm misspeaking, but I believe it's at least every 3 years.
What's that?
At minimum, every 3 years, we do review.
A review?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 3 years, all right. So when would we be updated on the data of the policy?
Excuse me, through the chair to the question, within one of the guiding principles 1.e, for accountability, we made a commitment that administration would report annually to council on the Indigenous procurement activities.
Can we make that the policy review it in 1 year instead of 3? I'd like to have that amendment added as a motion, please. Okay, my next question would be in definition, or actually no, yeah. No, guiding principles. I wanted to talk a little bit about guiding principles 1E, early notification of accessibility. I'd like to have that changed to the municipality will.
Right now, Councillor Cardinal, we won't make any motion to changes now. That'll be after we finish this and the motions on the floor.
Okay.
So right now, it's just questions to administration.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let's get back to the 51% ownership. So 51% ownership could be, well, obviously the nation or whatever, the 51% owner. So that would justify as the 100%, no, not the 100%, but the 51% would justify if another company that was non-Indigenous joint ventured with that company, then that would justify them being an Indigenous company, 51%.
Through the chair to the question, yes, provided that the 51% is an Indigenous person, First Nation, Métis settlement, or Métis community in the joint venture structure, they would, under the definition of D. Sorry, under Indigenous businesses, there is that definition. But yes, so the 51% member, they would have to have the ownership and control of the joint venture.
Did we consider it being 100%?
Through the chair to the question, we've considered a variety of things over the various years that this has been looked at. when we looked at the jurisdictional scan of other public sectors who have implemented this, most of them are 51% ownership and control. And then when we looked to how we're going to verify, whilst it's not in the policy, it is in a procedural document, a lot of the third-party entities that we'd like to rely upon for that verification use the 51% ownership and control as well.
That's also for the board, right?
I'm sorry, through the chair, could you repeat the question?
It says 51% of the board or partners that I just like 51% have to be Indigenous on the board. Is that what I'm getting of that?
Through the chair to the question, that was in a previous version that it's since been revised. What's now included in the council policy that's here for consideration says that at least 51% ownership and control is held by Indigenous person, First Nation, Métis Nation, or Métis settlement. So it moves away from any board composition into that ownership and control.
Okay. I'm curious, how do we justify if we had 3 Indigenous nations and then 3 non-Indigenous companies bid on a project and it was bid $100,000 more by an Indigenous company and the other was non-Indigenous but saved money? Would we... Which one in the policy, it doesn't state which one we'd actually go with. I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity on some of that.
Yeah, so through the chair to the question, that is not in the policy. That's more under the administrative procedure that's been developed. There's 2 actual procurement options that are identified. They're either called set-aside procurements, which would only be made available to Indigenous businesses, or if they don't work, then there could be there could be Indigenous participation. So under that particular procurement option, it actually looks at, there's a scoring criterion dedicated to Indigenous participation, which can be through ownership or subcontracting. And then it would depend, the number of points that are awarded actually then depend if it's a local Indigenous, non-local Indigenous, or if it's an Indigenous business that is subcontracting, a non-Indigenous business, but subcontracting to an Indigenous business, they then get a percentage. So there isn't a bid value reduction, which would, it would be easier to explain that 10%, or sorry, the 100K if it was different on either side. That's typically what you see in a bid value reduction. Rather than doing that, we move towards an Indigenous participation model, which would then award more points to local Indigenous businesses, and then it scales down, for lack of better words, dependent on if it was a bidder that was not an Indigenous business but was subcontracting, the amount of the work that was going to be performed by an Indigenous business.
Okay, thank you. Last question, maybe last question. How do we justify the 11.3% in the key metrics?
Yeah, through the chair to the question. When we were trying to collectively look at what that percentage would be, we looked at what other jurisdictions had done as well, and we noticed that a few looked at the Indigenous population within their region, and so we used that to come with the percentage.
In the review, who's going to be reviewing whether or not we're abiding by the policy in 3 years? Or who's gonna say, okay, yeah, we've been doing what we're supposed to be doing in 3 years from now? Like, is it procurement and Indigenous relations, or is it us, or is it all of us?
Through the chair to the question, thank you for the clarification. It's a collective.
Is NABA involved?
Sorry, so what I was going to say is it's collective, it's organizational wide that we'll all be following the policy. One of the things so that we have spoken to the working group with is making sure that that we remain as a working group so that we can share how things are going, we can learn feedback, we can pivot if we have to, which if something were coming back through the working group in a trend, we would certainly take the council policy back for consideration before 3 years. Based on that feedback that we were having. But we would continue to talk with the working group about the different procurements that have been undertaken.
Okay. I'll let you go, Luana. Yep. No, I just got to write something down. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Do you have a measurement framework already done? Like, how are you measuring the success of this, aside from the 11.3%?
Through the chair to the question, we do. Within the administrative procedure, wrong page, sorry. We have identified again in working with the working group, 7 different performance rating criteria that we would report on.
And that was approved by the working group?
That was discussed collectively at the working group.
So when, obviously, it's you collecting all the data, so are you analyzing that data as a collective? Like, the working group is going to come together and analyze the data, is it annually?
Through the chair to the question, it says that we would report on it annually, but we would be collecting the data as we go so we could give any ad hoc updates. I'm happy to
wouldn't want ad hoc updates.
Sorry, depending on the frequency of how often the working group meets. It's not that we're going to only meet annually. So if they were to say at a working group meeting in 4 months, how's it going so far? We would be able to share that data of what we've collected.
Yeah, but I mean like a comprehensive data analysis that you would do hopefully annually. And then that would drive program change, right? That would program improvement. So, like, is there anything set where you will do that every year?
Through the chair to the question, yes. In the administrative procedure, it does talk about where we're going to collect and report on 7 different matrices.
Okay.
We have somebody.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor. When we were developing this policy and when it was being written, did we look at tips from the federal government, the transformative Indigenous procurement strategy? Did we take anything from that, those lessons learned from 2022 and 2023?
Through the chair of the question, there have been some lessons that we did consider at a working group level based on that.
So further to Councillor Cardinal's point about 51% and 100%, I personally have a problem with the 51% joint ventures. They're a race to the bottom. There's wealth siphoning, there's local capacity, there's tons of issues with it. So, I mean, I'm in favor of a 100%. There's multiple great companies out there that can do that. And that's what actually contributes meaningful reconciliation. But these 51% joint ventures, I've seen it on sites and it doesn't work. It's a race to the bottom and it ruins it for a lot of people. Very few people actually benefit from it when their headquarters are positioned in a company's place. Like, it's not actually including the Indigenous itself. So just the way I've looked at this, I'm not a huge fan of the way it's written out.
Do you have a question to add to that?
It was more just about what we've learned from the TIPS program and understanding it, because I don't think a lot of people do. And I agree with Councillor Cardinal on this, actually.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brandt.
Yeah, through the chair to the question, maybe I can shed some light on some of this. That, like it was mentioned previously, this is not a perfect policy. It's a starting point, and that's the TRC report came out in 2015. And it talked about economic reconciliation. And since then, since 2015, we've been hearing about procurement with the municipality. So that's 11 years ago. And we were given direction by council in 2021 to implement a a policy, a strategy. And to your point, yes, we have done some benchmarking with Regina, with Saskatoon, Edmonton and Calgary. Now, as far as the national strategy, like backlash happens when things aren't done right. And I know what you're getting at with the 51%. There has been abuse, a lot of abuse in regards to joint ventures. But backlash happens when it's done wrong, and we've learned that. We've heard that, not from Indigenous businesses themselves, but from Indigenous people themselves. And that we've been working with the working group. This is not something we put together. We've had a working group with many people over the years. And as far as the federal procurement strategy for Indigenous business, they were called out recently. In fact, there's a lawsuit on their practices where it was discovered that they were being awarded set-aside contracts by falsely claiming Indigenous status. So I know what you're talking about. And there has been abuse, and there is a court case and a lawsuit against that. So they were called out for what it was, and it was a broken system where verification was weak. And I think that's one of the things that we have done here. They took advantage of that, but by working with NABA, with Indigenous business, we put a lot of rigor into the verification process. And to try to avoid that, is some of it going to happen? Probably, but that is what we've learned. We've learned from other areas. So, like I say, we've built a strategy with clarity, accountability, and safeguards in place, and we will be held accountable because verification is credible. That's the whole premise of what we want to do here, and we've got that support from local businesses, local Indigenous businesses.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Cardin, we have another question.
You betcha. My question is, do we have an Indigenous person in procurement working for the municipality?
Through the chair of the question, no. Not that I'm.
No?
Not that I'm.
Through the chair to the question, she does not, but in IRR, we do have a position dedicated to economic reconciliation that works with ECDEV as well as procurement and that. So we do.
As an issue in council, just a caution.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. So there's a point of order. You can't discuss employees at council, but I'll let Dennis finish his answer on who works for the IRR and what their jobs are.
Yes, we do have a position, like I say, dedicated to economic reconciliation in an IRR.
Okay. Is that person trained in procurement?
I don't know if I want to get too much into training and employee status and that type of thing. So HR stuff.
Employees and HR.
Well, no, it's a straight up question. That's all. Like, is the person trained in procurement? Is not.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a public. It's not Dennis's staff what their training is.
No, it's a logical question. It's a good question. It's not like.
Through the chair to the question, they are versed in procurement.
Thanks.
Does council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Dennis. We have one delegate. We have Angela Maxon with NABA. And you'll just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Perfect, thank you. For the record, my name is Angela Maxon. I'm the Executive Director of the Northeastern Alberta Aboriginal Business Association. pull it forward. Okay, sorry. I'll repeat myself. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Angela Maxon, and I'm the Executive Director of the Northeastern Alberta Aboriginal Business Association, also known as NABA. So I want to thank you for your opportunity to speak today on behalf of NABA and the Indigenous businesses we represent across the Wood Buffalo region. NABA is here to express our support and appreciation for the work that has been done to develop the Indigenous procurement policy being presented here today. We recognize the time, effort, and commitment from the rmwb administrative team in working through this process and engaging meaningful conversations with Indigenous business leaders. Developing a policy like this requires collaboration, understanding, and shared commitment to creating opportunities that strengthen our community. For Indigenous businesses in our region, seeing the municipality take steps toward establishing a formal Indigenous procurement framework is an important moment. It demonstrates a commitment to building stronger relationships and creating more opportunities for Indigenous entrepreneurs to participate in the economic growth of Wood Buffalo. NABA believes that supporting Indigenous business strengthens our entire region. Indigenous businesses contribute to our local economy, create employment opportunities, and bring valuable skills, services, and partnerships to our community. We appreciate the work that has brought this policy forward and the willingness to continue building relationships with Indigenous businesses and organizations like ourselves. Economic reconciliation is a journey that requires continued collaboration, and this policy represents an important step in that ongoing work. On behalf of NABA and the Indigenous businesses we represent, thank you for the opportunity to share our support and for the continued efforts towards strengthening economic opportunities in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Does council have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Angela, for your presentation. Did you have anything to do with the procurement policy?
I did.
You did?
I've been in my position since September, and I've been brought onto the working group. So I can only speak on the working group meetings that I've been part of. I do feel like the administrative team has definitely taken into consideration a lot of what I brought forward representing our NABA businesses. In regards to the comment about the verification, I just want to say that the word to really focus on is the control. It's not just the 51% ownership, it's the control piece. And at NABA, we really do take pride in our verification process. If you come in with a venture that has any non-Indigenous venture component into it, we take you from the one step of verification, which is the 51% ownership, to our second step verification. This is the process that we implement. There's other Indigenous organizations like ourselves that are more national that don't implement that second step. So that second step actually shows the control of the business. It's not just the 51% structure, it's who's actually in control of making the decisions. And for us to have a full certified membership stamp, you have to be in control of the company.
Thanks. Did ACTEV have anything to do with this? I'm curious.
As part of the meetings that I was involved in, I don't know that there was active representation.
Okay. How many people were on the working group?
I couldn't tell you amount in total because we did have a couple online meetings. I don't know that everybody who was invited showed representation at the meetings that I attended.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. So, Council, have any other questions? Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Angela. Sorry I missed some of it. I'm just wondering, does NABA have an Indigenous business directory?
Yes, we do.
How many Indigenous businesses do you have do you know off the top of your head?
We are currently in our renewal process. We were just under 100 of our full certified Indigenous businesses.
And Indigenous businesses paid to be a member, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Luana. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Question now that I remembered is, if this policy is passed, and then will you be doing a communication stream with your Indigenous businesses, as well as trying to get the Indigenous businesses that are not signed up with NABA to let them know that NABA is the way to go and working with the municipality?
We continue to grow our membership by that communication and showing initiatives of what we represent with NABA. I will continue to work with the working group as well as the administrative team in part of the training process. That's part of the administrative procedure process. There's some implementation of education in there, and we've already had those discussions as how NABA can support the RMWB team in getting that information to our members as well as potential members.
Thanks. Do you think the 3 years initially is good, or do you feel that maybe it being a pilot policy or just a policy, whatever, do you think maybe a year, a check in a year, or do you really believe that the 3 years off the start is good?
I think listening to the way the question was answered that Rachel brought forward, I like the idea of the continued conversation. I think the continued communication and transparency is how we're going to see how effective this is. From far as I can understand, the communication that I've established with Rachel and her team, as well as Dennis and his team, will continue those conversations. I make that commitment that I will continue those conversations with them.
Thanks. I actually got one more question for Rachel. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does Council have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Angela. Do you want to ask a question, administration? Rachel.
I guess this would be to the CAO and to Rachel. I'm just curious if this, in review of the contracts that are given to the Indigenous communities, is the CAO going to be maybe checking in to see whether the percentage of this is being met?
Through the chair to the question, ultimately that it all rolls up into me. So I'm responsible at the end of the day for all of the data that leaves this organization. So yes, I'm responsible for making sure the due diligence of this process is being met by the policy and the way the policy has been approved.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Can I have someone make the motion for Indigenous Procurement Council Policy FIN 290? Councillor Cardinal?
I, Councillor Cardinal, move that the Indigenous Procurement Council Policy FIN-290 as outlined in Attachment 1 be approved. Oh, was that the one?
Yep, that's it.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Thanks for a second, Councillor Boussier. Does Council have any debate, discussion, or comments?
Can I make?
Yeah.
I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the working committee, because this is 5 years of progress to get to this point and to start to set a mark here in our region. In particular in this space is very important on the path to reconciliation. So to Director Fraser and your team, to Angela, you and your team, and I know members worked extremely hard on that before you joined the organization. But I think this is an opportunity to recognize them and all their efforts that they put forth to get this to this stage. So thank you all for your participation here.
I'm not seeing any comments, debate points. Call for a vote in favor. Online. Councillor Van de Castian in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. CFO. Yeah, there's another one.
So there's an amending motion to the policy.
Which one? We just voted on that. Okay. Okay. Well, next time we have to make sure you don't read it if you're going to change it. Yeah, but then you made the amendment. You made the motion. So that would have been your time to make it. Okay, so Councillor Cardin does have an amendment to this, so I'm gonna, yeah, so amendment, Councillor Kendrick, make your amendment.
I'd like to make the amendment to the policy under guiding principles 1E, under early notification and accessibility. It says the municipality will strive to provide. I'd like to take out strive to and put the municipality will provide timely and transparent information about procurement. Will. Did you second that, Steve?
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Thanks, Councillor Boucher, for the second. Councillor Cardinal, do you want to speak to that amendment?
No, I just I'd just like to say that just change it to will rather than strive to, because it gives a way out. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Allen?
I guess for me, it's the wording of the document that I want to be careful with. Strive and providing timely are both very subjective terms. So unless you're putting a very prescriptive definition in there that you will provide 5 weeks or 6 weeks or whatever, you're changing the strive is really no different, just having it as timely.
So what are you suggesting?
I was happy with the wording of striving to provide. I was involved in similar processes before, and I don't know that there's a way to prescribe it properly without giving a time frame. And I don't think that, given what projects are coming up, you don't always have the time, depending on what type of project it is. So we'll do our best to provide as timely a bit. I'm fine with the wording as it sits, but.
Can I speak more? Okay. Just from a governance perspective, I've seen documents not followed and Indigenous people lied to, and governments find a way out not to follow proper policy. So that's one of the reasonings why I'd like to change that. So.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I support Councillor Cardinal. This is making a commitment. It's not saying we'll try to get it done. It's saying we're going to get it done. So good call, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Councillor Boucher. Does Council have any other comments, debate points? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. Online, Councillor Van de Castien in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried with 9 in favor.
Okay. To supplement.
Good now?
Okay.
Okay, we'll move back to the second reading, the motion for the Indigenous procurement policy that Councillor Cardinal moved, Councillor Boucher seconded. We'll call for a vote.
Oh,
it's just the
Oh, yeah,
In favor online, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Marcel, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Taking the blue pills.
Where do I find it?
Got two.
On what screen? Oh, okay.
You have a supplementary motion, Councillor Cardinal?
I do, Mayor. I have a supplementary motion that is related to the Indigenous procurement policy, that administration be instructed to complete a review of the policy in 1 year and report back to council. Yes. I just figured that 3 years was a little too long to wait for something that obviously the staff had said that could be used some adjustments. So I think that reviewing it in 1 year and bringing it back to council to see if it's working and just representing our Indigenous community, and hopefully that we can get it right after the 3 years. But it will continue after the 1 year to back to 3 years. So in 1 year we can review it and just like any other policy, we review it and see if it's working in 1 year rather than waiting 3 years. I think it's a little too long. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Council, any debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm profoundly concerned with 1 year, given the timelines that the municipality has on issuing tenders and businesses. We might not have enough data to see if this is working or any at all. We might come back in a year with 1 or 2 data points. I'm not sure if this is feasible.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Does council have any other comments, debate points, or discussion? I'm just going to ask administration. Director Orster, is this a timeline that you can see there being any movement within a year, or would you need more time to actually have actually data that we can look at?
Through the chair to the question, we've already conducted some procurements in the pilot phase, so we'll certainly have data points that we can share with the working group and gather feedback on policy.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any other comments or debate points. I'll call for a vote. In favor online. Councillor Van de Castian in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Can someone now make the motion for the Procurement Council Policy FIN 190? Councillor Allen.
I'll move that the revised Procurement Council Policy FIN-190, as outlined in Attachment 2, be approved.
Thank Councillor Allen. Thank Councillor Bruce here for the second. Does council have any discussion, debate, or comments? Not seeing it. Councillor Cardinal.
No, I just wanted to appreciate this government and the path that we've created together in this community for Indigenous people. When Fort McMurray was first established, the Indigenous people were the ones that were here, and it makes a big difference to be able to lift them up and have them be a part of the community and build a foundation within this organization. Have others stakeholders involved, and it's a big piece to a truth and reconciliation, and if if you weren't impacted by, you know, the Indigenous stuff that happened to the people, you might not feel it, but I in particular literally was. So I really appreciate that this policy is passed and that this organization has, and not only that, the Department of Indigenous and Rural Relations and the work that this organization is doing is top notch, and this country needs to follow some of the things we're doing in this region. And not only that, although there might be conflict here and there, I really appreciate what this organization does, the staff that's within this organization, and you know, you lift each other up, and I appreciate it. And the hard work being done, that means a lot, not only to me, but to the people gone and to the people that are still around. So very much appreciated, and hi.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. With that, I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Van de Castian in favor, Councillor Marcel in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, we move into FireGuard projects in Conklin and Fort McMurray. Councillor Scott.
Yes, colleagues, I suggest if anyone's read this or knows the history of this region, it's fairly obvious that we want FireGuard projects in Conklin and Fort McMurray. And I've spoken to Councillor Van de Castian, who's also impacted by this information, and he's indicated it's a no-brainer. So I'm suggesting we waive the administrative presentation. And I did speak to Chief Butts, and he is equally okay with it. He did want me to mention that the CRDAC is in support of this. So with that information, and I'd encourage my colleagues to just move forward to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Does Council have any objections? Councillor Cardinal?
No, I'm going to have to object to that. I have some questions on fire guards, stuff of work that's been done previously, and what's the path forward and the budget implications. I don't feel that we need to just start waiving this because it's important, especially when it comes to fire.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cardinal. So with that, I will ask Chief Regional Emergency Services to introduce a report.
There goes the letter. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Jody Butts, the Regional Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Management. And with me tonight is Al Gammon, the manager of our Fire Smart Wood Buffalo program. We're seeking council support for our application through the FRIA grant funding stream, formerly known as the Forestry Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, for provincial funding to construct community fire guards near Fort McMurray and Conklin. Community support is a required component of the provincial funding application process, and Council's endorsement will help demonstrate local commitment to advancing this important wildfire mitigation work. Previous discussions with the Ministry, this funding opportunity is part of a provincial initiative that aligns with the third component of our wildfire mitigation strategy. That is reducing the impact of wildfires that originate beyond the municipal boundaries and threaten our communities. For Council's consideration, a letter of support from the Conklin Resource Development Advisory Committee, CRDAC, has been shared. The letter supports the construction of the proposed fire guard near the community of Conklin. And with that, I'll pass it over to Al with some more details on the proposed locations and the application itself.
Thank you, Chief Butts, and good evening, everyone. Since 2016, the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo has experienced multiple significant wildfire events that have resulted in evacuation alerts, evacuation orders, or direct impacts to communities within the region. The key point is that wildfire risk in the RMWB is not limited to one event or one community. Since the Horse River wildfire in 2016, we have continued to see significant wildfire activity affecting communities such as Fort Chipewyan, Janvier, Anzac, Conklin, Gregoire Lake Estates, Fort McMurray First Nation, and other areas within the region. Earlier this wildfire season, we know that Conklin experienced a threat from a nearby wildfire that resulted in the community being placed on evacuation alert. We need to continue to move from reactive response towards proactive wildfire mitigation. So, why fire guards? Fire guards will improve the likelihood of a positive outcome when communities are challenged by wildfires. Firstly, fire guards will reduce the overall fire behavior of a wildfire threatening our communities. This means that a wildfire approaching our community will have less fuel to burn, which in turn means less radiant and convective heat. Secondly, fire guards provide tactical opportunities for wildfire response. They create fuel-reduced areas that can support firefighter access, equipment movement, high-volume sprinkler systems, and operational tactics such as aerial ignition, ground ignition, where appropriate. Ultimately, fire guards give us options. Finally, fire guards help increase community resilience by creating a maintained, fuel-reduced landscape between communities and surrounding wildland fuels. This makes homes, critical infrastructure, and other values at risk easier for firefighters to protect. It is important to note that fire guards do not eliminate all wildfire risk, particularly from long-range ember transport during extreme fire conditions. Fire guards will enable the protection of values on our outer edge of communities, allowing firefighters to focus on ignitions that may occur from these long-range ember transport. This slide shows how fire guards fit within the broader wildfire mitigation strategy, both in our current work and as part of the future 2027-2031 strategy. At the homeowner level, our FireSmart program supports residents through education, FireSmart home assessments, and the FireSmart home rebate program. These programs help homeowners understand and reduce wildfire hazards on their own properties, including structure hardening, pruning, vegetation, moving combustible materials, and reducing fuels immediately around the home. Since 2021, approximately 1,800 FireSmart home assessments have been completed across the region. Through this, we're leading not only the province, but the country in the completion of home assessments. At the community level, the municipality continues to complete FireSmart vegetation management treatments near neighborhoods, municipal values, and critical infrastructure. These treatments include thinning, pruning, pile and burning, and mulching to reduce hazardous fuels within and adjacent to developed areas. Since 2016, over 440 hectares have been treated via vegetation management. Fire guards add the landscape level component. Our forest is regrowing, and some of the temporary protection created by previously burned areas following 2016 and our other fires is no longer present. Fire guards are intended to interrupt larger scale fuel continuity before wildfire reaches the community zone, improving the likelihood of a positive outcome for our values. The 2027-2031 wildfire mitigation strategy will bring these pieces together into a coordinated planning tool, all working together to reduce wildfire risk and improve community resilience. Criteria for FRIA Fire Guard grants. Our grant administrator, FRIA, for a grant to be eligible, it must generally be for the fire guards to be eligible, must generally be between 200 and 500 meters wide. It must be located adjacent to community or connected to existing fuel treatments, and it must be designed to remove or significantly reduce hazardous fuels within the fire guard area. Another key requirement is that the fire guard must be located on public land and not on private land. The fire guard must also be maintained over time in a fuel-reduced state. This is important because a fire guard is not a one-time treatment. It is a long-term investment in wildfire mitigation and community protection. These criteria, along with fire behavior modeling, ignition exposure, and analysis from the Fire Guard Committee, helped guide the proposed locations being presented today. The committee included FireSmart Wood Buffalo, Regional Emergency Services, Fort McMurray Forestry, Lac La Biche Forestry, FRIA, and our Fire Guard consultant. It should be noted that all RMWB communities were considered through this review process. Based on the grant criteria, wildfire risk analysis, and committee review, Fort McMurray and Conklin were prioritized for this phase. We are proposing 2 fire guard locations for Conklin, one north of the community and one south of the community. The orange areas shown on the map are the proposed fire guards, while the light green areas show pre-existing fire-smart vegetation management treatments. The North Fire Guard is approximately 53 hectares with an average width of 280 meters. It is located in conifer-dominated fuels north of the community and ties into previous vegetation management treatments. The entire North Guard is located on provincial crown land, and roughly 40% of this guard consists of merchantable timber. The South Fire Guard is approximately 47 hectares with an average width of 270 meters. It is located in mixed-wood fuels with conifer fuels further south. The entire South Guard consists of merchantable timber and is located on a combination of both provincial unoccupied crown land and municipal reserve land. The final fire guard sizes are slightly different from what is shown on the map. During field checks, a blue heron rookery was identified near the North Guard, requiring a buffer, and an active stick nest was also identified near the South Guard, requiring another buffer. These environmental buffers have been incorporated into the proposed treatment areas. Proposed treatments for both guards would include harvesting, knockdown, stumping, piling, burning, and grass seeding after construction. Community engagement has occurred, as Chief mentioned, and a letter of support has been received from the Conklin Resource Development Advisory Committee. We captured comments from the public in Conklin, which included the need for community firewood and the creation of local jobs if possible. It should also be noticed that CRDAC completed their own land truthing exercise on these fire guards. Moving to Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo area, we have 2 proposed treatment areas. The North Fire Guard is approximately 12 hectares and the South Fire Guard is roughly 10 hectares. Both of these fire guards reside on unoccupied crown land. These guards range from 250 to 285 meters wide and are designed to complement existing fire-smart treatments and pre-existing landscape features such as the Woodlawn Cemetery. Speaking of the cemetery, the design includes a 20-meter buffer from the cemetery on both sides and approximately 50-meter setback from Real Martin Drive to the start of the fire guard. The proposed treatment method is feller buncher, skidding, grubbing, piling, and burning. Following tree removal, the area would be stumped and grass seeded to support long-term maintenance in a fuel-reduced condition. The proposed Timberlea fire guards are located along the western edge of the neighborhoods. There are 3 proposed treatment areas, the north, central, and south. The North Parsons Guard is approximately 2.2 hectares and is proposed to be mulched. The Central Guard is approximately 24 hectares and would use a combination of mulching and feller buncher, skidding, grubbing, piling, and burning. Stumping and grass seeding would follow tree removal. The South Guard is approximately 15.5 hectares and is proposed for feller buncher, skidding, grubbing, piling, and burning treatment. Stumping and grass seeding would also follow. The proposed guard widths are approximately 280 to 300 meters wide. The Central and South Guards for Timberlea are located on Crown land, while the North Parsons Guard is split between Municipal Reserve and Crown land. Let's talk a little bit about the difference between the regular fire-smart vegetation management and the FRIA Fire Guard program. Both support wildfire mitigation, but they operate at different scales. Regular fire-smart vegetation management is typically smaller scale, work completed near neighborhoods, municipal values, and critical infrastructure. Through the municipality's annual FireSmart program, the FireSmart program supports all 7 FireSmart disciplines and includes work beyond vegetation management, such as homeowner education, home assessments, emergency planning, and interagency cooperation. The FRIA Community Fire Guard program provides an opportunity to complete much larger landscape level mitigation work with several $1 million in construction funding possible. This program allows larger scale work to be completed in a shorter time frame than would be possible under the regular FireSmart vegetation management program. Execution of these fire guards could lead to future funding opportunities for other communities in our region. This slide highlights 2 key decision points. The first is council support for the proposed fire guard locations and authorization to move forward with the FRIA construction funding application. The second key point is maintenance. Fire guards are not a one-time treatment. Through FRIA, construction funding may support the initial creation of the fire guards, but long-term maintenance will be the responsibility of the municipality. If these areas are not maintained in a fuel-reduced condition, they will lose their effectiveness over time. As part of the FireGuard planning process and the 2027-2031 wildfire mitigation strategy, we collectively will need to develop a long-term maintenance approach. This could include options like burn abatement, grazing, trails, recreation areas, community gardens, or other opportunities where appropriate. We want to promote these fire guards first and foremost as a feature to provide the best chance of a positive outcome if under threat from a wildfire, and then also provide some secondary benefit to the community. We believe there exists a possibility to plan them not only as a response and mitigation tool, but also as a long-term public asset. To close, wildfire remains the highest risk event facing our region. The proposed fire guards in Fort McMurray and Conklin provide an opportunity to move larger scale mitigation forward in a way that regular fire smart vegetation management cannot achieve on its own. We should think about these fire guards the same way we think about flood mitigation. Flood mitigation is not built because we expect it to be used every year. It is built because when the event occurs, it provides protection, options, and time. Fire guards serve a similar purpose for wildfire. They reduce hazardous fuel continuity, improve tactical access, and create defensible control features that increase our chances of saving homes and protecting infrastructure. The proposed locations build on existing fire-smart vegetation treatments and align with provincial mitigation priorities. They also provide an opportunity to create lasting landscape features that can be maintained over time and potentially provide secondary benefits to the community. Council support allows administration to move forward with the FREA construction funding application and take the next step towards getting these fire guards off the map and onto the ground. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Quick question. In order to access the grants, we need council approval on this. This is how you get access to the grants to do the work?
Yeah, through the question, or through the chair to the question, that's exactly right. We're just here seeking endorsement from council on to what Al has mentioned there. Two key decision points: the proposed locations and the maintenance piece. And with this endorsement, then we can move forward with the application for provincial funding to construct these fire guards.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you both. Councillor Cardinal, a question?
Thanks for the presentation, guys. Are you going to be working on both of them at the same time, or is there going to be one that starts before?
Through the chair to the question, if we receive grant funding for both, we would be moving forward with both at the same time, yes.
I can add to that. The minister has clearly stated through his consultant and through the panel, the review panel, that there's an aggressive timeline on it, and they expect construction this winter.
Have we received any previous funding for this particular fire guard stuff?
Through the chair to the question, not this, and there's the important point. Great question. We've the Fire Smart Wood Buffalo program has been, for all intents and purposes, grant funded program to this point and hopefully into the future. This one is slightly different. This is the fire guard. This is that in that landscape, that third piece that we're missing with our communities, where we will knock down that fire as it's encroaching on a community and give us options to fight it back. So this is different from what we've been doing before. This is new.
Besides Conklin and Fort McMurray, do we have a vision for the other communities? And I guess a similar application like the FREA?
Yeah, through the chair to the question, we have an established wildfire mitigation strategy. We're going to be working on its third version. Al's going to be doing that. Al, please add. But yes, adding the fire guard component to that wildfire mitigation is a key component for all of our communities.
No, great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. Does the grant, if you get the grant, does it cover the entire cost of it?
Through the chair to the question, the grant will fund the construction component. So the tree removal, the vegetation removal, the prep site preparation. ongoing maintenance will become the responsibility of the municipality.
Okay, and is this part of a bigger plan around fire safety?
Through the chair to the question, yes, it is. Yep, like the one slide there, we've been working diligently on the Zone 2, and now more recently with council support, the Fire Smart Home Assessment Program. So right at the property, this step is the landscape out there in that in that crown land where it's not our jurisdiction, but we can get out there and a very active wildfire, these fire guards will A, create that separation, knock that raging fire down, and B, allow our suppression efforts, forestry and the like, tactical advantages on putting some suppression efforts, sprinklers, all those things that they do.
I'm just wondering, Jody, if there's something like you can present a larger plan that we could just approve so you don't have to keep, like, I don't think there's a world in which anyone is saying no to fire safety. So is there something bigger that you can present that we can approve 4 years worth or something, just to simplify it for you and budget? Or is that?
Yeah, through the chair to the question, we have the wildfire mitigation strategy. That's a 4-year plan. We're just renewing it to its third version.
Okay.
And so I think that will definitely encompass that larger plan of wildfire mitigation for every community in our region. And it has to this point. We will be adding this fire guard component. I will say, as I mentioned before, this is a first of its kind as a provincial commitment to helping communities such as ourselves manage the wildfire. We're very hopeful through good solid execution and support from the community that it will continue. So hopefully next year we'll get the opportunity to do again and again reevaluate all of our communities and pick some different spots.
Okay, just from my perspective, if there was something you could consolidate in a presentation to make your lives easier, I'd be open to approving a bigger concept so that you don't have to keep doing this anyways.
Coming your way, Councillor.
A program yes, the program that I didn't like the other day, yes.
Go ahead.
Elliot, close your ears.
Councillor, just one item to mention is that through the grant administrator, we will still need council approval to receive these grants. So while you can approve the overall wildfire mitigation strategy, for us to receive our dollars, whether that's the Fire Smart program or other additional fire guards, we will still need to have it on consent agenda or at agenda for council approval. So our grant administrator does want to see that council was updated on these fire guards or vegetation management treatments. So you will still see them as they, I suppose, trickle in over the 4 or 5 years of that plan. So
that can be delegated to CAO?
I would have to follow up with the free grant administrator, but to my knowledge, no, they want to see council approving these grant applications.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Roussier. Councilor Roussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to presenters, this is maybe just a continuation of the project after it's done. One of the things I'm hearing, Chief Butts, is from different residents, depending where they are, all these fire breaks or fire guards that were created after the fire, we don't take care of the vegetation after. And maybe it's a question to our CAO, like you can go up to, I'll use 2 streets. And the only reason I'm familiar with people who live on there, Falcon and Waxwing. You walk behind the houses of Falcon, and my son tells me, well, the neighbor cuts it. And it's real nice. You go up behind Waxwing, it's a mess. And I realize it's our responsibility, so maybe it's a question to the CAO, like, is it we need more funding or we need more contractors to take care of it?
We've started the quality checks in those areas, and I'm happy to state that some have been addressed, but we have work to do, I would say, to address some of the cleanliness behind homes post-fire.
Okay, and I guess we're going to have more to take care of if
correct
if this passes. And
if I could add to
yes,
the chair to the question, it's a really good one. Just acknowledge we also hear that and recognize it as well. From a Fire Smart program perspective, we don't have a lawnmower. As simple as I'll say that. But this fire guard is a different is different from the breaks that we know in around our communities today. The fire guard, these are massive, like they're 300 meters wide, they're 50 hectares, so that's a lot of lawn mowing, right? When we get down the road and if we get approved, and to the point of what do we do in the maintenance side of it, I can share with our initial conversation with CRDAC, who's a sustainable food source for the community and or opportunity to turn it into hayland. We've got horses and buffaloes and everything. So those are the conversations I'm looking forward to when if we do get approved. The ones closer to Fort McMurray, always best to have that'll be a later conversation, but with council on how we develop that or what we use with that. I guess that would help us in that long-term strategy to ensure that fire guard is effective for the years to come. So absolutely acknowledge that. This is slightly different, but doesn't mean that we can't do a better job in those breaks. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
In the strategy, is the application for mitigation on your households a part of the strategy? Because I did see a thing online where you could apply for the $2,000 and fix your houses up.
Through the chair to the question, yes, certainly indeed. The Fire Smart Home Assessment, the education piece is ingrained in the wildfire mitigation strategy.
So is that the homeowner level?
That's at the homeowner level, yes, correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify if it was part of the strategy. So it's up to $2,000. Is that a grant funded by, or is that taxpayer funded?
Great question. Through the chair to the question, it's a combination of both. This council has approved a $100,000 home rebate program that is fed in, and we also have a $200,000 grant that was provided from Intact Insurance. That was $100,000 for last budget and another $100,000 for this year's budget.
Well, it's mighty kind of them, eh? Is that all used up?
For this year, it is not all used up. We are working our way through that $200,000. Yes. So dollars are still remain available.
Oh, years past though, it has been well sought after. The money is done. So it's a great point. If I may add, that's exactly, our insurance companies recognizing the work of mitigation, which prevents property loss. That's exactly the space where we want to be. And hopefully, ultimately, it ends up helping our residents on their insurance rates. So we're still working towards that. Our community is safe to live in.
Yeah, it's especially with the fires and the floods, and it really helps the residents. Great job. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does Council have any other questions? I'm not seeing it. I've got someone to read the motion. And I do appreciate building a fire guard when there's no fire. Definitely building one when there is a fire we've been there. So thank you. Yeah, give one more question, Councillor Cardinal.
I kind of just wanted to ask about the previous fire guards that were made throughout the communities and some of the debris that's left. What's the path forward there, Jody?
Through the chair to the question again, I wanted this is a different one.
That's fine.
I want to emphasize those guards were in a rush.
In a rush, an emergency.
Let's push them back.
Okay, no problem.
These will be much wider.
Yeah, I understand. No problem. Thanks.
You have Councillor Weigel, question?
No, just the motion. I move that council endorse the proposed fire guard locations in Conklin and Fort McMurray as presented and authorize regional emergency services to submit an application to the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta for funding to construct these fire guards.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Thank you for second, Councillor Vardy. Does Council have any comments, discussion, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal?
Stu saying no. I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work for the staff on this, and I will be supporting the motion as it stands, and as for the residents that are in the communities of Fort McMurray and Conklin, this just elevates the safety of the community and gets everybody at ease. So thank you.
Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we're doing the whole enchilada here, I'll just take a moment to throw some kudos towards Alan and the RES team. I was down at the engagements they did in Conklin. Al did an excellent job explaining everything and working with community and collaborating as far as using the non-merchantable timber as firewood for the community and addressing any of the concerns they had. I hope everybody can support this, and anybody that wouldn't, I hope to see on the fire line. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Does Council have any other comments or debate points? I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Van de Castian in favor. I think Councillor Marcella in favor. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have a report on the 2026 capital budget request. I'd like to invite Corporate Services, Public Works, Project Delivery, and Facilities Services to introduce the report. Rachel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser, Acting Chief Financial Officer. With me this evening is Elliot White, Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services, and Keith Smith, Director of Public Works. Administration is here this evening to present one new capital budget request, identified being the 2026 Mill and Inlay Program, for Council's consideration. Administration has identified that the existing paving network is experiencing progressive deterioration due to aging, traffic loading, environmental exposure, and freeze-thaw cycles, which has resulted in roadway segments reaching a condition where preventive maintenance treatments are no longer effective. Given this, administration is recommending a 2026 Mill and Inlay Program to undertake a construction of road rehabilitation works to restore pavement serviceability, maintain asset value, and extend the useful life of the road network. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget per the provisions of Council's Fiscal Responsibility Policy, FIN 160. Should Council approve this new capital budget request, it would result in an increase of $10 million to the 2026 capital budget. This concludes my presentation. My colleagues and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just for some clarity, so what areas are we talking about specifically, or is it just a general area? It's a large chunk of money to be allocated for areas as needed.
Through the mayor to the question. So just to clarify how this program came to be, basically we brought folks from the product management office, folks from roads, and we drove the road network. We looked towards some of the heavier traveled roads in the community and some of the well-known areas we knew we were looking at some bad infrastructure. So then we put a map together and focused on what we felt was the best bang for our buck for the 2026 program.
So is this what we do? We allocate for a mill and inlay program, and then as things come, we've identified some, but then moving forward, if there's a sidewalk, that's a bad example. If there's another area of the road that needs to be replaced, it'll come out of this funding? or we've already identified those areas need to be replaced, and this money will only go towards those areas you have identified?
We created an estimate based on what we found in the field, and we felt that $10 million was to cover all the milling and the paving, any curb work that needed to be done, any adjustments to manholes. There may be additional funding available, and we would look towards potentially doing as much as possible with the $10 million.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question.
Did it? Okay.
Yep, I did.
Thank you, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Boucher, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. What do we get for 10 million? A couple kilometers, 100 kilometers, 10 kilometers?
Through the chair to that question, it's a great question. I don't have an answer to that. We are looking at touching most neighborhoods. We have basically, imagine a paving crew going out for 4 to 6 weeks in paving. So I can get you that information, the exact lane kilometers that's on my computer.
Well, the only reason I was asking Elliot, if we throw a motion, I throw a motion, add another 20 or 30 million, can we get that in? Because, I mean, you've seen the condition of the roads, right?
Yep, I've seen the condition of the road, yeah.
Not good, right?
Fair statement.
Okay.
So I just, before, to the chair, to that, you're throwing $30 million at a paving program at this point in the summer may not be suitable. It takes a ton of effort to, start that up. We're doing this in a manner that we're pulling in our internal resources to deliver. So typically you have a design team, they put design packages together. We use external sources. This time we realized we have a lot of those sources available internal to us. You have to look at also asphalt availability. The highways are going to be doing their own program, so they're going to go first. So they're looking at paving kind of the late July, early August season, and then we would come after that. So could we pave $20 million? Maybe. But at the same time, it also stresses the entire community when you have to ask all the residents to move their vehicles and everything else all in between. So understanding that that's probably less of an inconvenience than some of the things I hear on Facebook, but just know that careful approving 30 million.
Yeah, I know. I guess so are we just using internal sources? This isn't going to be contracted to Wood Buffalo E. This is strictly our
technical team. Our technical team is supporting the delivery, and our contractors that are available, we're using our external contractors to pave.
Okay.
So internally, it's our engineers, our geotechnical folks that are helping.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I talked to a couple folks, and again, I just take it with a grain of salt. Some of the local contractors are looking for work.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this would be.
Okay. So I through the chair to this conversation, I did speak to our CAO. I think we're coming back in August sometime, I think. If we are seeing that we're burning a lot of money and we're getting out there and paving, and we see opportunities that require us additional funds to continue paving, we'll be back here looking for that funding. Can I suggest that we'll be over capacity with the plants in this community? Probably not, because we do have quite a bit of capacity in the community. We also have to understand that the goal of the municipality is to make data-informed decisions. And so while we're using some data, we have technology that we used after doing the drive-bys. We use technology through the asset management program, looking at what kind of vibrations we're seeing when we drive on these roads. So we have that data, but we also are doing another program this year using some machines that are going to come up and look at the sub base. So what you don't want to do necessarily is just run out and just paint the town black, because sometimes the sub-base is what the problem is. And so sometimes you want to make sure you make data informed decisions. So next year's program, 2027 and 2028, that's when we're going to see some more paving. And that's why you typically see sort of a 3-4 year program.
Okay.
Program and pave systematically through the community.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just one final, and we're certainly not ignoring the rural. This is urban and rural.
So through the chair to that statement, it's a great question. So we have to understand that I'm going to break up the rural a little bit. So all of the southern communities have been paved through the RWSS program. Obviously, there's been comments made about Sapri Creek, and we're looking into that right now, associated with drainage. When we go to Draper, obviously that was paved outside of RWSS. We look at Fort Mackay. The access road is on Director Smith's sort of target, whether that's, say next year, for example. We're looking at that right now with our capital programming. And then Fort Chipewyan is always a difficult one, being isolated. I personally will be in the community on Tuesday, Wednesday, looking at the roads to make sure that they're in a condition that's reasonable for Chipewyan.
Okay. No, I certainly.
Feasibility on West Conklin, correct? That's the other one. Okay.
I certainly support this. I applaud the CAO and your team, and Keith, your team, and Rachel, and the aggressiveness that we're taking to start doing some beautification work, road improvements. So I support this, and I'd certainly be open to another ask if we can do more work this year. Just in closing, what do we get to about September, October paving, give or take a week or two?
When
you can't really lay any more asphalt down.
We're hoping to be. It all depends on the milling machine, because there's only so many in Alberta. But we're looking at sort of a late August, September pave. Simply also, we want to allow the highway to get paved as well first, right? So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of expanding off of Councillor Boussier's question. So you did not drive the rural road network as part of this review?
Through the chair to the question, I have driven many roads in this community over the course of the years. I haven't specifically driven rural roads. However, I would argue that I've been on every rural road in the last year, except for Fort Chipewyan. There may be some areas in the rural areas that may need repaired, and that's where our program of doing our it's called PQI, Pavement Quality Index. That's where that data is going to come and help us inform us on our rural. We are doing the entire community outside of Fort Chipewyan with that. It's technical. It's even too technical for me, but it's called a falling weight deflectometer that measures kind of how the road deflects as you drive across it.
Okay. I would argue that we do have some roads in the rural that should be a part of whatever this 10 million or 20 million. I'm with Lance. Maybe we give you some more for it. To state that they were all repaved in RWSS. Yes and no. We still have some that aren't, and there's some that are questionable in their quality. Next question, I guess, last question would be, walk me through a timeline. We say give her today. How long till we have a contract in somebody's hand to then mobilize and get this done when there's asphalt available?
The plan is to mobilize in early August and finish. It's going to depend on the contractors, but finish somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks thereafter. Line painting will come later. We're working with our concrete SOA contractor, our vendor that we use our concrete for. I'm working with him daily to start that process because we need the concrete replaced first.
Okay, and Rachel, that's enough time to get tenders out, back, and through our process?
So I'll take that question because I want to make sure that I'm the one that answers it. What we're doing is we're developing a robust, an agile program that allows us to get work done as quickly as possible. What we're seeing out there and what I'm personally seeing is, I'll just give you guys a story so that it's public maybe. On one stretch of street on Main Street, there was a pothole. And as I was walking by that pothole, 3 cars drove by, and all 3 cars drove in the other lane to avoid that pothole. I was standing in Wood Buffalo, same thing. Actually, they drove on the sidewalk to avoid the pothole. So I think it's at a point now where we're dealing with safety. We're ready to move. We're ready to move as quickly as possible, and contractors are ready to move with us.
Okay. Thank you, Elliot.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castine and Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, you three. How do we justify where we start? I guess my question would be, let's say a community, one of the parts of Fort McMurray, let's say Timberley, has the same issue as Franklin, right? But Franklin is busier. How do we justify where you start there? I'm just curious about that.
Well, there's multiple factors. Through the chair of the question, multiple factors. One is concrete. If we have a street that doesn't have concrete repairs, we're probably going to hit that first, right? Because you don't have to, the concrete guys are going to be busy building, putting in the curbs. Second is we're going to be milling everything all at once. So it's not really, no one's going to really benefit before anybody else. But we would also look at when we did our, when the asset management team did their mapping, it scores each road. So we could potentially look at the worst roads and do them first. But basically the milling machine is going to take a very short period of time, kind of plow through the community and rip up the top layer of the asphalt pretty quick.
Thanks, Elliot. Do we have a milling machine booked?
Through the chair of the question, I can't say it's booked, but there's conversations with paving companies so that they understand that that this is coming. But I do, as I understand it, there's actually a company in town that bought a milling machine, and that's quite important. I don't know if you guys are excited, but milling machines are normally molded up from Edmonton, even just to do a little job. So to have a local vendor having that machine is quite interesting. But he also got it all scheduled out of town because there was all kinds of paving to do elsewhere. So.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Bussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll be really quick. Is it best practice to pave in like late fall versus waiting till the spring? Keith, Elliot, whoever, or does it matter?
Pave over, like I've moved snow out of the way and paved. I think it's 4 degrees, as long as it's about 4 degrees. Sometimes you can go a little lower than that, but.
Okay, so don't worry about the thaw, kind of freeze thoughts. We're all good?
We're all good.
Do we have any internal capacity? You have any equipment? Like, or
Through the chair to
people?
the councillor, for potholes, for minor repairs, for crack sealing, yes. For this magnitude of work, no.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Council, any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing you, so thank you all. And if you need more, come back August 18th. Let us know by August 18th for the 25th. So can someone make the motion? Councillor Bussier, Luana.
I move that the 2026 Mill and Inlay Program as summarized on Attachment 1 be approved as a new capital project. Hurry up, Lance.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and thank you, Councillor Allen, for the seconds. Council, have any comments or debate points? I just want to say I really appreciate this coming forward at this speed. I think that's what, instead of waiting until next year, identifying the problem now and fixing the problem now. So if everybody's involved, thank you. With that, we'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Marcel in favor. Councillor Van de Casting in favor. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I think you're probably still staying there. Next, I report in 2026 capital budget council amendments. Corporate services, project delivery, and facility services remain seated. Whenever you're ready, Rachel.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser, Acting Chief Financial Officer. With me this evening for this presentation is Elliot White, Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services, as well as Keith Smith, Director of Public Works. We are here this evening to present unidentified capital budget council amendments for Council's consideration. Administration has identified 2 capital projects that require a capital budget amendment. The first project is the outdoor asphalt surface upgrade project. This amendment in the amount of $250,000 is being requested to proceed with the construction phase of the Jerry Cooper Ice Rink, as the current budget is insufficient to proceed with completion. The budget shortfall is largely attributed to project design requirements specific to the outdoor rink surface, as well as escalation in the construction costs since the original business case was developed and the size of this particular rink. The second project is the Saunderson Pressure Reducing Valves, PRV, and Lower Town Site Supply Lines. This amendment in the amount of $1 million is being requested to successfully complete the project and is required to address facility security system requirements and beautification work across the impacted project areas in the downtown and Abersan neighborhoods. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget and these proposed amendments per the provisions of Council's fiscal responsibility policy. Should Council approve these proposed capital budget amendments, the full budget impact of these amendments would be a net increase of $1,250,000 to the 2026 and prior capital budget. This concludes my presentation. My colleagues and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have on these proposed amendments.
Thank you, Rachel. Quick question with the Jerry Cooper ice surface. Will that be ready for this winter coming up if this project's approved now?
Through the chair of the question, that is the plan.
Perfect. That's good to hear. That's been an issue for a while. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Further to the Mayor's question, why did it take so long? Just refresh my memory. Because it was approved in what, 2021? 2022?
Through the chair to the question, I'd argue this is a program first. And so what it was that we wanted to target 1 per year. And so basically, by the time we got to Jerry Cooper happened to be the last one. I will admit there was a delivery, call it a hiccup. We weren't able to get it done last year. And then there was a bit of scope creep associated with this and in the sense of adding a little bit of scope to make sure we just one and done, touch it once kind of thing. So that's kind of why it took so long. It wasn't that this project was approved in 2021. It was always planned to be delivered. It's actually planned to be delivered last year. Now it moved to this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor, any other questions for administration? Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Just, does that wrap up this program? Like when this rink is done?
Well, this particular, to the chair to the question, this particular scope would be done. I can't speak to if there's any other ODRs that need additional surfacing, but that's why Keith was brought up.
Through the chair to councillor, this is the last of the 7 ODRs to be converted to concrete. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Does Council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing you, so thank you all. Just have someone make the motion. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
I move that the 2026 capital budget council amendments as summarized on attachment 1 and 2 be approved.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier, and thank you, Councilor Vardy for the second. Councilor, any comments, discussion, or debate points?
Wow.
I just want to say thanks again for bringing this forward and getting it expedited this year. I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Marcel and Councillor Van de Casting in favor. Thank you. I'll take out environmental. That's carried unanimously. Next up, we have the report on 2026 Q1 capital budget fiscal amendments. I'd like to invite corporate services, project delivery facilities services to remain seated and introduce the report. Whenever you're ready, Rachel.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser, Acting Chief Financial Officer. With me this evening is Elliot White, Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services, and we also asked Director Smith, Director of Public Works, to stay with us. We're here this evening to present a capital budget fiscal amendment that has been approved during the first quarter. Administration approved one capital budget fiscal amendment in the first quarter of 2026. The amendment was for the Abasan Pump House Optimization and Membrane Replacement Project, where an increase of $200,000 was requested to the 2026 capital budget approved for this project. This increase was required due to construction cost escalations that occurred while the project was on hold for approximately 2 years. Since the amendment was not due to a change in the project scope, and therefore the nature and type of capital project was not altered, the amendment was approved by the Project Steering Committee per the provisions of Council's fiscal responsibility policy. The approval of this capital budget fiscal amendment resulted in an increase of $200,000 to the 2026 capital budget. This concludes my presentation. My colleagues and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rachel. Why was the project on hold? Anybody?
Through the chair to the question. It was about prioritization of work. There was a lot of work done at the Abasan Reservoir Pump House years back, 5 years ago or so. And when this is just sort of the tail end work, so we looked at prioritizing this and it kind of got
Perfect.
held.
Thank you, Elliot. Does council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you all very much. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the Q1 2026 capital budget fiscal amendment as summarized in attachments 1 and 2 be accepted as information.
Thank Councillor Weigel and thank Councillor Bussier for the second. Does council have any discussion, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Van de Casting and Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. Okay. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next report in 2026 Q1 Capital Project Status Report. I'd like to invite Corporate Services to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser, Acting Chief Financial Officer. With me this evening is Elliot White, Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services, and Keith Smith, Director of Public Works. This evening, we are here to speak to the Q1 Capital Project Status Report. Quarterly, administration prepares a capital status report that provides a clear, accessible overview of the progress of major infrastructure and capital project. This report summarizes the status of all capital projects, including the 2026 and prior year budget details as of March 31st, 2026. Administration is recommending that the capital project status update as of March 31st, 2026 be accepted as information. This concludes my presentation. My colleagues and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the Q1 capital project status report.
Thank you, Director Orser. Councillor Vardy, question?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We received an email from Janvier CEO Justin Herman about the update for their community hall, and I don't see, maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see it here. Could we get a quick update?
Through the chair to the question. It is there, just remember Q1. So would have been March, so it wouldn't have been much of an update. I went through my notes before I came up here and realized we had a commitment to come back April 22nd, I think, to council for an update. and I'll provide one now. Hopefully that'll satisfy. Maybe not. So we had multiple things associated with this community hall. There's a bit of a story. I have to explain it. One is that when we get a project transferred to the RMWB, it's not an easy thing to do. We've seen it with the Arts Inc. Arts Inc. was ready to go, ready to build, and then it's sort of this passing of the baton to us, and there's always a transitional period. So we had that. So that was one issue. The other issue is we had. I'm just trying to think what I can say publicly here. So we had a vendor used by the Chard Métis Nation, and we wanted to ensure that they had an opportunity to bid the next phase, because if we didn't have all our ducks in a row, there was a potential for having them I don't know if the right word is excluded, but precluded from the procurement process. We wanted to be open to having them involved in that process. We also wanted to have all of their knowledge that they have drafted provided to us so we can share it with all the other vendors. So there was a ton of steps associated with that. The other step, as I understand it, is that we just walked through a procurement discussion on Indigenous. I'm lost with words at this hour, but there's a Indigenous procurement strategy, and we wanted to build that into this procurement. So based on all of that sort of things, we're now in a position to go to market and have that presented to the market to get our proposals in from consultants. So I know that there was a discussion about June. We're now in July, so it's looking at getting out to market by then. So,
thank you. Just because I work for the company, I would like to just extend it over to Councilor Vaticastian instead of asking additional questions. Is that okay? Okay, Kyle. All right, go ahead, Kyle.
Councillor Vaticastian.
Thanks, Councillor Marty. Building off of that, Elliot, so June, July, what's our timeline to get the tender back and proceed from there? Are we going to be into 2027, or is administration going to have a budget consideration for us in December on an actual build?
Through the chair of the question, just thinking in my head here, I would suspect that we would be kicking off the design this year, because we would be August, September working with the vendors, and then you have to get into evaluation of that. That takes time. Then you have to get into contract, call it execution, awarding, and then your kickoff. So I would suggest the quickest we can turn that around is before the end of the year, and that would start the 2027 year off on a good footing.
So December budget deliberations, we're going to have a community hall is going to cost X. Check yes or no. That's where I'm getting at.
Through the chair, we would have knowledge by budget about how much the design is going to cost, but not the project overall. The project, I mean, meaning the entire building.
Okay. I'm going to leave that one alone for now. Stick with John VA projects. In looking through the package, and forgive me if I missed something, but I didn't see an update in there regarding the John VA fire hall, which had been previously approved, or design budget, sorry, had been previously approved. Where are we at with that?
Well, it just for clarity, it is on there. I just want to make sure everyone's aware if they want information. So this is a bit of a conversation. I'm sorry it's late, but I've worked in a lot of communities, particularly Indigenous communities in the North, and what you don't want to do is you don't want to walk in and build two major facilities at the exact same time. You just stress the community, whether that's through labor force, whether that's through accommodations, activities, safety, equipment, on and on and on. So when we talked about putting this on the budget, we wanted to put it on, in a manner that we spread that work around over a period of time. So the idea here is that we would go to market after the community hall is on the market and start that process again with the Janvier Fire Hall, and then time the building, sort of the shovels in the ground, kind of after the community hall is built. So that's kind of the timeline of the fire hall.
Okay. With respect to your comment there about stressing the community out and resources, understandable. But in this case, I think we'd be doing the opposite by delaying this. This is both of these projects are critical infrastructure for this community. Both are long overdue. And by long, I mean decade long. We all know that. I think this is a broader conversation, and I would ask CAO to set something up next week with, if people are available next week, because I think we need to have a bit of a deeper conversation about this. We're stretching timelines, continuing to stress timelines, and respectfully, it's a disservice to our communities, and I'm frustrated. They're frustrated, and I understand project and delivery. Elliot, your team, I'm sure you've got a lot on the go to get done, but we need to advance this. So, Andrew, if you could, I'd like to have something set up next week, and we need to drill down into this and get this on the go.
Action noted.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, Mayor, this is a question for you. Yeah. Have we had a response from the feds on the Moccasin Flats?
Great question.
Well, it's not mine. It's someone.
It's thanks, Octo. I knew you were doing something over there. After the last letter we sent them, no, we did not. We can, if anybody moves slower than the provincial government, it's the federal one. So, yeah, as much as I do appreciate that, and to put it back on our radar again. Thanks, Octo. And thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize this is Q1, so I'm not going to dig too deep into it. We didn't advance anything with the Draper Trail washout.
That wouldn't be on this at all. It's not a capital project at this point.
So we're not doing anything with the washout on the trail in Draper this year? That's been there for 3 years?
Apologize. I'm mixing communities. So Draper is on the list. I was thinking of Sapri. We have done an extensive investigation into this. It's a major problem. It's massive. It's not just replace it with a culvert, put a trail over top. We're now looking at potentially putting in bridges because what we're witnessing today is we may put a culvert in and it'll blow out again. And so we're respectfully, me and you and our relationships around culverts and bridges is not healthy. And I'd like to give you a better response than that. But let me get you a better response, because the best I have is we're looking at bridges, but I don't have an exact timeline whether that bridge will go in this year or whether it'll be next year.
It would be great to get just the community an update. They've been waiting for a long time, and this is a piece of infrastructure that they recreationally use quite a bit, and so
100%.
Not having an answer. So if we could get that kind of a timeline at least put together that 100%. We can be committed to, that'd be great.
Okay.
And then obviously coming up after this, and I know that you and I have talked a lot about it, is after the survey with the water treatment. I know there was not water treatment, with the water savery in Sapri Creek. I know you guys are looking into it. What can the public expect as next steps?
The public will first see some activities on some of the properties out there that we have solutions for. We're currently working on the nuances associated with drainage problems that exist on properties that are private properties. So we're trying to navigate that, what that looks like. Frankly, it's not an easy solution. It's not an easy anything. So we would like to go back. I hope that the community will have an engagement in the fall. I'm assuming that every community will have one in the fall or before the winter, and I can go, or somebody from my organization can go and give an update.
Okay. In saying that, I do want to thank you, you personally, and your team. I know you've come out and walked properties personally and assessed what's been going on and tried to help. And I've been very engaged in what's going on there. So I appreciate you and your team for how much you've actually dug into this. So even though I asked the question, you are doing a lot, and we do see it. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to know why the HR information system is on hold, because we were told how important that was.
Through the chair
and
to
of course,
that.
I turned around and said to her, "Go home." Oops.
I'll speak to it, even though I can't. We'll get a response for that and get back to you because you're right. It's on there, and
would it be budget?
I don't want to speak for anybody because I don't have the answer, but I will get an answer for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Has council any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. I'll ask for someone to make the motion. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2026 Q1 Capital Project Status Report be accepted as information.
Thank Councillor Weigel and thank Councillor Boussier for the second. Does council have any other comments or debate points? I'm not seeing. I'll call for a vote in favor online. Councillor Marcel in favor. Councillor Van de Castia in favor. Thank you.
All right, I'll do it.
And that's carried unanimously.
So moved.
And everybody's running away. Next, as a report on the 2026 Q1 Financial Performance Report, I'd like to invite Corporate Services to introduce. Whenever you're ready, Rachel.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser, Acting Chief Financial Officer. I'm here this evening to present the 2026 Q1 Financial Performance Report. The intent of this report is to provide a detailed financial update of the municipality as of March 31st, 2026, including municipal operational results compared to approved budget, capital project spending, the status of investment holdings, financial commitments, granting activities, and the status of extraordinary events. Providing this overview aligns with the governance excellence and organizational effectiveness theme of Council's strategic governance plan. This slide illustrates that operating revenues as of the end of Q1 totaled $177.9 million, which exceeded the approved revenue budget for the same period by $7.8 million. Key items contributing to this variance include penalties and costs on taxes were $5.1 million over budget due to the budget being allocated in later periods in the year and the penalties being issued during the first quarter. And return on investments were $1.9 million over budget due to a combination of higher yields achieved, favorable reinvestment rates, and the timing of coupon payments. My apologies. This slide illustrates that our operating expenses as of March 31st, 2026 totaled $124.5 million, which is $14.1 million under the approved expense budget for the same period of $138.6 million. Key items that contributed to this variance include salaries, wages, and benefits for $2.4 million under budget due to unplanned absences and vacancies, which was partially offset by an increase in overtime to maintain service level delivery. Contracted and general services were $2.1 million under budget, largely driven by the timing of budget allocation and when the associated works being planned will be performed. Purchases from other governments were $2.4 million under budget, which was driven by member vacancies and unplanned absences. And transfer to individuals and organizations were $7.7 million under budget, mainly due to a $3.4 million in unallocated community investment program budget, which was transferred to the Community Initiatives Reserve, and also a delay in distributing some grant payments relative to budget distribution. This slide illustrates that the original approved capital budget for 2026 approved by Council totaled $134.4 million. This amount has since been revised to $135.1 million, primarily stemming from Council budget amendments approved by Council, or new Council projects approved by Council during the first quarter. As of March 31st, 2026, $14 million has been spent on the delivery of capital initiatives, which is inclusive of multi-year and single-year projects. This slide highlights the cash and investment position of the municipality as of March 31st, 2026. At the end of March, the cash position was $1,309 million, consisting of $166.2 million, which was held in the bank, and $1,142.8 million in investments. Of the investment holdings, $451.2 million is held in corporate bonds, $667.1 million is held in government bonds and GICs, and $24.5 million is held in cash. This slide considers the financial commitments that the municipality has as of the end of the first quarter. On the left-hand side of the slide, the pie chart illustrates that there is $50 million held as a minimum uncommitted capital infrastructure reserve and another $50 million as a minimum uncommitted emerging issues reserve. These are stipulated in Council's fiscal responsibility policy. There's $308.3 million held in reserve that is currently unallocated, and there's $900.7 million held in reserve that is allocated. The pie chart on the right-hand side helps to illustrate how this $900.7 million in the reserve is allocated. In that there's $471.2 million in the capital infrastructure reserve to support approved capital projects, and $247.4 is allocated to support future operating and capital requirements, with the majority of this to support our future year's capital plan. There is $68.9 million that's committed in the Emergent Issue Reserve to support Council-approved programs and initiatives, and $78.2 million is allocated in the Operating Reserve primary for carry-forward funding and other Council-approved programs, with $35 million in deferred revenue, of which the majority is allocated to deferred grant revenue. This slide provides an update on the grants that we have received, and it illustrates that we have received $400,000 in grants as of March 31st, 2026, of which $200,000 for capital initiatives and the other $200,000 is for operating initiatives. This slide provides a status update on our extraordinary events. The municipality has spent $34.6 million on recoverable 2026 river breakup costs, and the DRP reimbursement rate is 100%. At the onset of the extraordinary event, the project estimate was $33.3 million, which represented both DRP and insurance estimate. Administration is continuing to collaborate with the provincial government in quantifying the claims, and we have submitted all expenses in relation to this event. The municipality's application to the DRP regarding the 2023 Rocky River fire has been approved, with estimated total costs of $8.2 million. The DRP reimbursement rate for this extraordinary event is 90%. The collection of expenses-related invoices is underway, and to date, eligible expenses totaling $4.3 million have been identified. The municipality's application to DRP regarding the 2024 MWF-017 fire, which led to the evacuation of some neighborhoods within Fort McMurray, has been approved, with estimated costs of $2.7 million. The collection of expenses related to this extraordinary event are underway, and to date, eligible expenses of $481,000 have been identified. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Orser. Do we have any questions for administration from council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you for the presentation, Rachel. Can we just go back to extraordinary events? Just because I don't understand something, I just needed to be explained. So in the last two, the 2023 Rocky Fire and the 2024, it's 90% DRP recoverable is of the full amount, 8.2 million, and we've only identified 4.3. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the question, yes, that's correct. When we come up with our project estimate, that's at the onset of the event, and it's based on your burn at that particular time, or sorry, not your burn, bad choice of words.
Yeah.
The daily costs that you're incurring.
Yeah.
And so that estimate is that project estimated is formulated at that point in time. And then afterwards, after the event has concluded, that's when we then go and seek and get all the eligible expenses.
Okay, but we shouldn't have an estimate. Like, we should have an actual cost from 2023 by now, right?
Through the chair to the question, if I understand right, the project estimate doesn't change. It's what's submitted with the application when you submit.
Okay, and so did we spend that amount?
Through the question to the chair, no, to date we have identified $4.3 million.
Okay, so we put in an available amount of 8.2, saying that we're going to spend that. We have up to 90% recoverable. We've actually only spent 4.3, or those are eligible costs to get returned?
Through the question to the chair, those are the eligible costs that we've identified that will be reimbursed.
Okay, so in the next financial, can we know the actual cost, like what we've actually spent as well?
The entire event cost.
Yeah, so like there might have been 4.3 eligible, but we might have spent 5.1.
Through the chair to the question, we can certainly accommodate that.
Okay, and how long do we have to be able to get reimbursed on that? Is there a timeline under the DRP that we have to come up with eligible costs?
Through the chair to the question, there is a timeline, and unfortunately, I have taken it out of my notes here. So I can't tell you on that one particular one.
Are these ones past the timeline?
Through the chair to the question, my understanding is no, they're not.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to the update in Q2. Oh.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier. Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Rachel, for the presentation. Rachel, can you just explain on the operating revenues, penalties and costs and taxes were 5.1 million, which is good, over. But it says due to the budget being allocated to later periods in the fiscal year and penalties being issued during the first quarter.
Yeah, so through the chair to that question, it's simply a budget oversight or a budget error in the distribution. So as the year continues, we will anticipate that the budgeted amounts that we had put in for that particular revenue line, it's the timing between when we budget it versus when we recognize the revenue or gathered it. So the budget was distributed in later periods after Q1, and the penalties were issued in Q1.
So we have the money.
Through the chair to the question, the penalties have been sent out. Yes.
And we received it. Because we're counting it as revenue, right?
Through the chair to the question, I don't have the exact offset. If there was a receivable established, what it would be, but that's certainly something we can look into.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Stu shut his mic off too fast when I was yelling questions at him. So back to the grants. Is there still 2 grant administrators in your department?
Through the question, through the chair to the question, yes.
And are they tasked with, aside from the reporting, tracking the dates of expenses have to be spent by, so you don't lose the funding?
Through the chair to the question, they work very closely with the client departments in making sure that we're able to give our grant reporting so that both parties are aware of what that timeline is.
Yeah, but the spend, like when Stu asked, you weren't sure. So is it someone's responsibility? Is it part of someone's job description to make sure we don't miss out on grants? Like spending, where we have to return unused funds or we haven't used funds properly within the scope of the grant guidelines?
Through the the chair to the question. I can't say for certainty if it's in somebody's job description. I do know that there is a team that does work with our departments in making sure that the spending is being reported and within the timeframes and delivering on those. The question that Councillor Weigel asked was specific to extraordinary events, and that's why I just don't know how that works.
The DRP?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've only got $400,000 in grants this year?
Through the question to the chair, that's what's been received. In appendix...
Oh, it says awarded.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, I saw 26.4, but that's deferred. So obviously received in last fiscal year or before using a deferred, deferred method. But it says 0.4, 0.2, capital and same in operating, so 0.4.
Correct.
So that would be what was awarded, correct?
That's what it said.
Yeah. So do you have any clue what's been submitted? No way.
I
can just email you these questions offline?
No, through the chair to the question, there is a Appendix C which shows grants in progress. And that's on page 19 of the report, or page 350 of 395.
Sorry, Rachel, what?
No.
Page what?
350 of 395 within the agenda package.
Yeah, because it's all numbered weird.
Yeah, or 19 within this report.
350.
So that shows grants that are currently in progress.
What was the larger number again? Page number again?
The page number?
You were saying
She said 350.
350 of 395, or that's what mine said.
I don't have a 350.
Oh.
We also have more than
I don't. I got a 349. 351.
Oh, well, does 351 speak to Appendix D?
No, 351 speaks to your Q1 financial report. It's your, can you just tell me the number, Rachel?
Yeah. So for operating grants, as of March 31st in progress, there was $25,000. And then
25,000?
That's correct. And then as of March 31st, grants in progress pertaining to capital. Capital total 13.2 million.
She gave it to me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Roussier. Councilor Roussier, Lance?
Yeah, just, and this may not be a question for Rachel, maybe it's for our CEO. I look at the purchases from the other governments, and there's 2.4 million under budget, driven just basically by RCMP vacancies, unplanned absences. Is that something that we should be concerned with? Does that mean we're short significant or RCMP officers?
I can confirm, through the chair to the question, I can confirm with the
it doesn't have to be
RCMP,
night, Andrew, but
I'm trying to think if we had a complement and vacancies and approved plan and contract. I want to say we did that in the end of April. We signed the letter and commitment, and we were at full complement or close there too. There was additional complement for the balance or to start 27, but I can confirm as I have a meeting with Troy on Thursday, tomorrow, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Roussier, and thanks, CAO. Does Council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Rachel. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Weigel?
I move that the 2026 Q1 financial performance report outlined in attachment 1 be accepted as information.
Thank Councilor Weigel, and thank Councilor Allen for the second. Council, have any other discussion, debate points, or comments? Not seeing any. Call for a vote. In favor online. Councilor Van de Casting in favor. Councilor Marcel in favor. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Next, we have the report on electricity cost reduction in municipal utility corporation. Yep.
Try again.
Go ahead.
Given that all the information is in the administrative briefing, and the landscape has changed for electricity, particularly with Bill 28, and we seem to have some challenges with the utility we have up in Fort Chip. So I suggest we waive the administrative reading of the briefing or the update and move straight to the motion, which makes complete sense in the circumstances.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. I do support that. It was your motion. Does council any objections to that? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Councillor Scott. Can I have some make the motion? Can I have some make the motion?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for a second, Councillor Weigel. Does council have any comments, questions, or debate points? I'll start. We have been in conversations with the province, and they are looking at a reduction in utility rates for residential homes in this area. So we are working with on that. And going through the report, what I see is it would just be an enormous cost to take on a utility corporation of our own, especially with the risk of wildfires that we've seen already and what they provide in communities like ours that are northern. With the services they provide, it would be an extraordinary cost to take on our own. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I would just reinforce that ATCO is now coming to the table, which I didn't see before. So I think the work of the mayor, council, and the advocacy that's been happening is actually achieving some results. So we'll see what happens as we go forward. And I think the CAO is going to keep an eye on this. He and I have had discussions about it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Does council have any other discussion, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Kasten in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried with 10 in favor, 1 opposed. Moving on to item number 8.1, Councillor's motions. I'll ask Councillor Jennifer Vardy to read her motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So to present my motion, I'd like to present my motion as you can see in the agenda package. I have no amendments. Today, I'm asking Council to support the creation of an intergovernmental relations standing committee. Before discussing what the committee does, I just want to clarify what it does not do. It does not replace administration.
We just need the motion on the floor. Someone can second it.
Sorry, I just want. Okay, do I have to read it all in its entirety? Okay, I will.
You can just say so moved.
Oh my god, so moved.
Thank you. And just wait till somebody seconds it.
Peer pressure works every time.
And thank you for the second, Councillor Bousset. Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. I'm asking you to support my motion. I want to talk about what it's not, because there was a couple of comments. It does not replace administration. It does not replace government relations consultants. It does not replace the mayor's role as your chief elected official. And it does not authorize individual councillors to negotiate with government or speak independently on behalf of council. Advocacy is one of the most important responsibilities of us as a municipal council. Currently, administration coordinates meetings, prepares briefs, follows up on commitments, and works with our consultants. All this work is currently in place. What's lacking is a formal council mechanism to communicate the work, measure progress, identify emerging issues, develop advocacy strategies, and build institutional capacity of council as a whole. Advocacy strategies should not rest solely on the knowledge, relationships, or expertise of a singular individual. We currently have many members of council with extensive political experience and knowledge that I believe is not being fully utilized. Currently, advocacy can be reactive and not proactive. It should be strategic, it should be organized, it should be measured, and it should be led by us. By involving multiple members of council in a strategic oversight of advocacy, we develop broader knowledge, we develop stronger relationships, and we actually build a greater continuity of knowledge and advocacy within the framework of council as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. You could have read the whole thing if you're going to read all that. Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I would just encourage, thanks, Mr. Mayor, I would just encourage everyone to support this motion. It makes perfect sense. I have no questions. You all know where I stand on the importance of advocating politically with all levels of government. And if you're not advocating, you're going to be left out of decisions. So I would encourage us to really be aggressive. And the mayor's done a great job of that.
And I agree with Councillor Scott. I'm also supporting this motion. And I think the more we advocate, that's how we get heard and build those relationships. But we have to also lean on those relationships to get things done. And the more people add it, the better we will, and even bring keeping a tab of what's going on, where we're at, is a good idea. Thanks, Councillor Vardy, for bringing this forward. Councillor Cardinal?
I'll support the motion as long as we can go to Stampede in 27.
You can go wherever you want. Any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? I'm not seeing it. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Casting in favor. Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Mercy Cho, Kim Cumpton, have a great couple weeks without meetings, but we'll see you back August 25th for a regular council meeting. Thanks, everyone.